Once again, good morning and welcome to the University of Makati's fourth Research Congress with the theme Future Proof and Reset of Higher Education, organized by our University Research Center. This is a two-day conference that aims to provide us with a better perspective on higher education landscape. So please be reminded that the Google Form links for our attendance and registration as well for today is already available in the chat box. So for those who just came in to our Zoom link, please make sure that you fill that up so that your attendance will be taken note of for today. Just a reminder as well for the Research Congress certificates, keep in mind that they will be distributed after the Research Congress and there will be an evaluation form on the second day of the Research Congress as the resource for the e-certificate. So we will only be issuing e-certificates. Just a few reminders as well. Please make sure that your microphones are on mute unless you are recognized to speak. Feel free to use the chat box and also the comment section for those who are tuning in with us in the live stream of our webinar. For any questions or comments that you may have for our speakers or even for our rapporteurs later on. So while waiting for others, you may type in the chat box and also you may rename your photos to the institutions, colleges, or schools that you represent or whom you are affiliated with. So let me just recognize those who are already with us this morning. So let us welcome some of our as well who also served as peer reviewers for our university. We have Mapua, Lyceum of the Philippines, St. Paul University, College of St. Benilde Lasal, La Consolacion University, Pateros Technological College, Lebanon City School District, Ohio City Innovative Colleges. We also have with us today our colleagues from UMAC. We have representatives from CCS, CCAPS, CBFS, CHK, CCSE, COAS, CTHM, COE, HSU, and also we have a representative from DOST and RCT. Good morning, everyone. So time check, it's already 8:42 a.m. We will be starting the program at 9 a.m. Good morning, and once again, welcome to the fourth Of higher education intends to represent a commitment to face and urgently uphold or build the foundations of education for a more sustainable, just, and resilient future. This is a 2-day conference that aims to give us different perspectives and understandings on our current educational landscape. Please be reminded that the registration form is already available in the chat box as a Google Form link. So please make sure to note your attendance today by answering the said Google Form. For the Research Congress certificates, keep in mind that the evaluation form will be shared tomorrow at the end of the day 2 of our Research Congress. So you have to stay tuned for that as well. Just a few reminders for our online etiquette. Please make sure that your microphones are on mute unless you are recognized to speak. Feel free to use our chat box and our comments section for those who are tuning in with us in the live streaming for any questions or comments that you may have for our speakers and our rapporteurs. While waiting for others, it will also be ideal if you can change your username in your Zoom account so that we will be able to properly recognize you as well when we ask you to speak if you have any questions, and also so that we can give a shout out to your institution and also to you as well for your participation in today's Congress. So while we are waiting for our other participants who are still in the lobby, let us once again recognize the following institutions, some of whom served as our peer reviewers for our university. So once again, we would like to welcome our colleagues from Mapua, Lyceum of the Philippines, St. Paul University, College of St. Benilde Lasal, La Consolacion University, Pateras Technological College, Lebanon City School District, Ohio, USA, Global City Innovative Colleges, DOST, NRC. Okay, so for our UMAC colleagues, we have representatives from CCS, good morning, CCAPS, CBFS. Welcome to our colleagues from CHK, CCSE, COAS, CTHM, COE, and HSU. Okay? So please make sure that you register for today. So this will serve as your attendance. And tomorrow for our day 2, there will be another Google Form link that will be given for your day 2 attendance. So you have to make sure that you sign up for day 1 and day 2 Google Form links and evaluation form link at the end of our research conference. So while we are waiting for others, please make sure that your devices are working properly and also that you are ready for our discussion for today. Once again, good morning and welcome to our fourth research conference. We would already like to recognize as well the presence of one of our speakers for today, Sir Mark Balandres from University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We'd also like to recognize presence of one of our speakers, Professor Ace Trinidad of University of Chicago. Good morning. Welcome po.
Good morning.
Okay, so time check already
Thank you.
8:59 a.m.
Happy to be
Speakers,
here.
rapporteurs, moderators who are already officially center of the University of Makati. And this is a two-day effective and a broader understanding of our higher education landscape. Let us officially start our program with a moment of silence for our national anthem to be followed by our opening prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان واللومد في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Good morning once again. Welcome to our fourth Research Congress. Before we start, I'd also like to recognize our participants from the University of Asia and the Pacific and also from Bulacan State University. Good morning and welcome po. Leading the university's vision towards becoming a research-oriented institution, let's virtually welcome to the floor a sought-after lecturer on economics, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy. He finished his BSBA in economics and MBA at the Colegio de San Juan de Letran, Manila. His PhD in management at the International Academy of Management and Economics with distinction. Our incumbent Vice President for Academic Affairs and UMAC Officer in Charge, University President, Dr. Alexur C. Ramos, for his welcome message.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Ika. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone and greet everyone a pleasant morning. I would also like to extend my congratulations to the organizers of this event, particularly the Office of the Vice President for Planning and Research, headed by our very own Dr. Ederson Tapia. All the participants, presenters, and colleagues, welcome po at mabuhay po kayong lahat. During my welcome remarks given when I was installed as the OIC president of the university, one of the trusts that I actually highlighted was the importance of research being a university. So, hindi po natin maikakaila na kapag tayo po ay isang universidad, kailangan ay meron tayong strong foundation for research. Ang sabi ko nga po doon sa pagtitipon na yon, sana darating yung araw na ang mga pamantasan, mas lalo na po ang local colleges and universities, will be the research arm of the local government unit where they actually belong. So, napakarami po ng data na pwede po natin pag-aralan, napakadami po ng mga bagay na pwede nating pagtuunan ng research. Research is very important because it builds knowledge and facilitates learning. Ito nga lang pong pandemyang ito, nag-iisip nga po ako ng mga bagay na pwedeng pagtuunan ng pag-aaral. Nung isang araw po, nagkwentuhan kami ng aming head ng aming learning management system. And sabi ko sa kanya, gumawa kaya tayo ng papel on the economics of COVID. Bakit yung mga ibang mga tao ay pinipili pa rin pumasok at makipagsapalaran kahit na meron silang sintomas na nararamdaman? Dahil iwe-weigh mo kung ano ba yung mawawala sa kanila kung hindi sila papasok. Ngunit sabi ko nga po, no, in research, maraming nga tayong mga ideas, may maaring na pagkakwentuhan natin. We talk about this, we share these ideas. But unless we document it, unless we write it down, it will just remain anecdotal stories. So this day, we're very fortunate because we're going to tutors who have really worked hard to come up with their research out. This has been reviewed by expert panels. It has been blindly reviewed, and I look forward to hearing the presentations and learning a lot from this research conference, this research congress. So the University of Makati, congratulations you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Professor X, for that
Being here today.
motivating and inspiring welcome message to our presenters, participants, and speakers. Thank you as well for sharing your vision of turning public educational institutions into the leading research arm in the country. So, to introduce and start off our session for today, let us all welcome Dr. Judith Batin from the College of Arts and Letters, who will be introducing our speakers for today. Ma'am, are you here?
Good morning, Amika. Thank you. Okay. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our first esteemed guest. Our first speaker is a young educator and researcher of the Ateneo de Manila University and at the University of Chicago. He's currently pursuing a joint PhD in sociology and comparative human development at the University of Chicago, where he also finished his Master of Arts in the Social Science, are focused on sociology, public policy, 20 peer-reviewed articles with high index factor journals with more than 100 citations. Aside from being a published researcher, he also authored books on research, and one of his books entitled Researching Quantitative and Humanities Research won the Philippine National Book Award in 2018 in the Best Book on Profession category. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome with virtual applause our first speaker, Professor Jose Eos R. Trinidad.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Judy. Ma'am Ika, and Sir Mark, and also Professor X. No, it's very, very nice to be here. Maybe I can share my screen, but before that, okay. Yes. So I guess before that, I'd like to just see. I guess we can all, if you can turn on your camera just to say hi to each other. I think it would be nice to do this. And if we have the organizers also ready to take a screenshot, I think this would be nice. It's very nice to be here with all of you. Hello po, magandang araw. Nakakatuwa na makasama kayo. And really happy to be here with all of you. It's great, and this is a really good initiative from the University of Makati, and I'm happy initiative from the university. Happy to be part of the department. There you go. So I'm part of the Department of Comparative Human Development and also the Department of Sociology. So these are my two departments. And I think this is unique because it places me in a perspective where I'm looking at certain problems from two perspectives, from a more human development perspective and also from a more societal perspective. So looking at it both from the individual and also from the social. And I think this is something that you can do as you do your research, to look at things both from the individual aspect of it and also from the social aspect of things. So you might say, wow, why is this fresh college graduate talking to us right now? I guess I'd love to share that my research has really focused on education, organizations, and public policy. So this, for example, is one paper, and then this one is another one on recollections. And then looking at academic achievement is an important factor in my research. Looking at the response of teachers to bureaucratic control. So this is an important aspect as well that we need to study. How do teachers react to organizational constraints? Also looking at what we can do in terms of policies. And then the most influential, I guess, of the work I've done is this book that's being used in a lot of high schools and also colleges. It's called Researching Philippine Realities. And really, what I'd like to focus on is to ask, how can we thrive as beginning researchers? Whether as us individually, as beginning researchers, or us collectively, for example, the University of Makati, being and thriving as a research community. I think these two are very important and they're very intertwined. On the one hand, we want to have our competencies as good researchers really be well. And that's what this seminar is all about, because you will learn the tricks of the trade in a way. But also, and more important, is that you have a supportive community that helps you become the best researcher you can be. And so, my answer to this question on how we can thrive as beginning researchers is really three parts. One is to know yourself. Next is to know your field. And lastly is to know your network. So these are things that we have to keep in mind. And in a way, these are stories of frustration, failure, and triumph. And I've had my own fair share. There's this book called Start With Why by Simon Sinek. And what he argues is we usually ask people what they will do. So for example, right now, you're being asked to do research. That's the what that you are you are being asked to do. But then you go deeper to it and you're going to ask yourself, how am I going to do research? What are the things and the skills and the competencies I need to have to be a good researcher? That's the how question. But I think if we have to really become good researchers, part of the thing we need to do is to ask ourselves, why do we want to research? Not so much what do we research, not so much how do we research, but why? Why is it important for us to do research? For me, I have a couple of reasons for choosing to do research. The first reason for doing research is because of how intellectually nourishing it is to do such research. The next is I do research because I feel that with my research, I can do some social good. And an example of that is really looking into education. And I always believe, still from before, even until now, that education is one of the most potent ways to bring people out of poverty, to bring a whole country, and also to instruct people not just to have jobs, but really to think for themselves, to think critically about what is happening to them. And so this is my why. And I think my first tip for you is to understand also, why do you want to do research? And maybe if you have time right now, maybe you can put on the chat, why do you want to do research? And this is us becoming more interactive with this talk, by the way. Maybe put on the chat, why is it that you'd want to do research? What about, or are you just being forced, di ba? Para on the one hand, it might be na, we have to do research because this is part of the mandate of the school, or because bonuses are tied to research. Of course, bonuses are good, and I won't say no to a monetary bonus. But then, why? Why do you want to do research? So if you can put on the chat, maybe we can have that going. So to discover something new, that's very important. What the others? To spark your curiosity. I think this is good because not all research will actually have some public policy implication. It's really to satisfy your own desire to know something. So I hope more people can put on the chat now, address social problems is an important knowledge building. It's an academic requirement. For example, if you take your PhD, you will be asked to do your research. To make myself relevant to the community, it's an intellectual obligation because we are knowledge workers. We're not just teachers of knowledge. So again, these are all wonderful ideas for us. And it's important for us to also just refresh ourselves why we are actually doing this, why we are thinking that we must do research. So to start us off, there are a couple of things. Research, in a way, is a tool. It is not an end. Many times we think that we have to do research, but no. Research is a means for us to know something, for us to contribute to knowledge, and for us to learn more about the world. And so with this is we usually think of particular skills that we need to have. Many times people are afraid of doing research because they say they're not smart enough. Maybe they say that they're not analytical enough. Maybe they say they're not communicative enough, or that they're not organized. So these are often the skills. Maybe I'd like to ask you again on the chat, what do you think is preventing you from doing research? It might be the amount of teaching that you need to do. It might be that you don't know where to start. time management is being, so time, no? Parang time is a very important resource for us. And this is something that so there's overwhelming data also, that if we have too much data, we don't know where to start. There's the workload of being the resources. What are resources? And maybe resources can come in terms of statistical softwares, particular particular money that needs to be used to field a survey, and so on. I think I'd like to latch on to something that was said, which is about low motivation. Sometimes even if we have a lot of time, summer, we might have a lot of time, we still don't do research because we don't feel like we're competent enough. We don't feel like we're motivated enough to do research. And so I think we just have to be honest with ourselves whenever we experience these things. Of course, these are things that we need to be aware of. But then we also need to be aware of certain skills that are not often said. Of course, we have to be organized. We have to communicate really well. We have to be smart. We have to have time. We have to have motivation. But there are certain skills that are important that were not often said. One is patience and discipline. I think it's important for us to be patient and to be comfortable with discomfort. A lot of times, the low motivation we have is really from our experience that, when you sit in front of your computer and then you don't know what to type. Sometimes I still have that. I force myself to write every day, and sometimes the words don't come out. Sometimes when I see a blank page, I'm so scared what to do with that blank page because I don't know what else to put in that blank page. And so what do? When I'm staring at the blank page, I'll do all sorts of other things. I'll check my students' papers even if they don't need checking anymore. I'll say, oh, maybe I need to check again the papers of my students, make sure that I graded it well. No. Or maybe I'll give myself all sorts of excuses not to do my research. But then the most important thing with doing research is if you tell yourself that you're gonna do it, you just have to sit still and do it. You just have to be disciplined enough to work on it. So that's a first skill that we need to have. The second is emotional maturity. You would never have thought that you would need emotional maturity or a certain emotional quotient, high emotional quotient, to do research. But then I will have to tell you that you will be dealing with a lot of frustration and a lot of rejection. When you do research, you will be frustrated at your progress. You might think that you're not making any progress. If you do research, you submit it somewhere, you will be rejected. I was rejected almost 5 times with different papers. And it doesn't end. You still experience rejection. So this is important, having that emotional maturity. And I think the third important skill is being able to just reflect, being able to connect the dots, not only with your research, but also with how your research connects to other places. So I'd love to show you how this comes in practice. So in terms of discipline, this is my desk at 4 in the morning. I usually wake up at 4 in the morning, and this is the best time for me to write. And I think this is something I'd like to encourage you to think of, asking yourself, when is the best time for you to write? And how do you write? What are the rituals that you have as you write these things? I also have a certain calendar. So my calendar usually, if you see the pink ones, those are really doing research. The pink ones are when I do research. And so really putting in and blocking time for my research. I think this is also important for you, for us, for all of us who are doing research, to literally tell ourselves from 5 to 6 in the morning is when I write. No questions asked. I always tell my students 90% of life is showing up. This is from Woody Allen. 90% of life is showing up. You don't even have to be excellent. When you're writing, you don't even have to feel like it has to be the best writing. You just have to show up. You just have to be there if you tell yourself that you're going to be there. And really, you'll experience a lot of criticism. So for example, this is a paper that I submitted somewhere, and then it says, in view of the criticisms of the reviewers found at the bottom of this letter, your manuscript has been denied publication. I've seen this a lot during my time as a researcher, and I don't think I'll ever stop receiving these comments that my manuscript has been denied publication or that my manuscript was rejected. So again, this hints back to the importance of emotional maturity as we do our research. A big part of it also is about sense making. What are things that we have to connect with each other? I see that we have someone raised their hand. If that person might want to unmute themselves, maybe they have a question, or you're more than welcome to also put your question in the chat. Do you have someone? Okay, baka napindot lang. So this other part, which is about sense making, how are we making sense of all the different ideas that we have? How are we connecting them? And here I'm gonna share a couple of practical tips. Oftentimes we think that we have to write something up first and then we will look for an audience. That's how we usually think of this. But I will like to suggest that before you write something, now that you have like a particular idea, right? If you have a particular idea, before you write something, you have to have a sense of which journal you want to publish it in. Why is this important? You have to know who your audience is. In as much as now you know yourself, you have to know who are you talking to. When you do research, you don't just do research for yourself. I think this is one of the things that we have to have as balance. We need to have a particular tension. In as much as, yes, you want to do your research to help with your curiosity, to help with your understanding of the world, you also want to do research that is actually read by other people. You don't want a research that has a readership of one, which is you. You want a research that will be in conversation with others. And how do you do that? You do that by understanding which journal, which outlet, which particular sets of ideas you want to be talking with. So here are a couple of ideas. You can visit journalfinder.elsevier.com. You can visit a journal's aims and scope page, and you can see where related articles are published. So let's go to this, a few number of examples. So you can, for example, go to this journal finder at elsevier.com, and you can write the title of your paper, like what conceptually are you thinking about, and also your abstract. And then once you've typed this, you can click search, And then you can see these are actually the journal articles or journals that are aligned with what you're doing. So you can see the impact factor, how many people are cited. You can see the percent of acceptance. And why is the percent of acceptance important? Because sometimes you don't want to submit your research to a journal that has very low acceptance. Because if you submit it to the journal with very low acceptance, it might mean that you won't, your chances of getting accepted is very, very small. And so you have to be realistic with yourself in terms of choosing which journal, choosing which audience to engage. Here's another way: you can look into Google and then look for education journals, literature journals, sociology journals, engineering journals. Look for those and then see which ones fit for you. Because even in education journals, there are different types of it. There's health education, there's chemical education, there's education administration, there's general education. There are all sorts of education journals. So you have to understand which one are you actually trying to intervene in, trying to contribute to. And then once you know which journal you're in, you'd like to probably look at their aims and their scope so that you will know if your paper is aligned to that journal. And then you might want to see what the instructions are for the authors. So here are the aims and the scope. You could see that here as well. These are the aims and scope of the journal. And also you can click submit paper. And when you click on that, you will be put into this website where they tell you all the things that are necessary. This is another reason why you'd want to search for a journal before you even write something. Because different journals will ask you to use different styles. So you have the American Sociological Association, you have the American Psychological Association, you have the SAGE Harvard style, you have the style for engineering. So if you were writing and you were using the American Psychological Association, but then you want to submit it to a journal and they're using the Chicago Manual of Style, then you have to rewrite everything. Or you have to at least rewrite your citations. So this is why I'd like to encourage you, if you have some idea for your research and you've already collected some sort of data, look for the particular journal that you think this paper will be most suitable with. So again, just recapping, that research is a tool, not an end. That there are skills that are often thought of as useful, but then we must also remember that there are many other skills as well that are not often said. Patience and discipline, emotional maturity, and reflection. So moving on, we also have to think about our field. What do we know about our particular niche, our particular field of study? If, for example, you are a literature teacher, what are you specifically interested in? Are you interested in Philippine literature? Are you interested in world literature or maybe English literature? Are you interested in a particular period? So you're interested in medieval literature and so on. So maybe just to get a sense of that, if you can share on the chat what your field is and be specific as possible. So for example, for me, my fields are education and organizational sociology. How about you? What's your specific field? Put it on the chat. Okay, so education, agribusiness, guidance and counseling is a good. So social media management, mathematics. So even mathematics, but there's still a lot of subfields, and I think this is where you want. So there's geometry, there's high dimensional mathematics, there's big data, etc. So economics education. So this is good. At least you know what field you're in. So one, for example, is doing philosophy. Now, what you need to do, and this is a good starting point. It's a good starting point to understand what research you can do. The research you can do is really dependent on what your field is. And what I'll be showing you here are particular tips in terms of getting to know your field even better. These are things that I hope I had known so that I can be more systematic in my understanding my field and in my ability to contribute to that field. So research is not just about discrete information. So you just discover something and then just write it up. It's about a system of knowledge. And so what you discover or what you uncover will be meaningless unless it is in a system of knowledge. Because for all you know, what you discover has actually been discovered by someone else. And so you have to really be in the know with what other people are talking about or are speaking about your field or your subfield. So what you have to do is you have to converse with other research studies to map this out, to map out what actually are you doing your research on. You can look and do data exploration. So now that you've probably done some data collection, you can explore what your data is telling you. And you can do what's called abductive theorization. Abductive means, so maybe let's start with the more common one, deductive and inductive. So deductive means you have general propositions and then you look at the specific ones. Inductive means you have a couple of specific cases and then you try to understand these specific cases to create a general understanding. Abductive means that you have an idea coming from the general literature, but then you are using the different cases to either confirm or deny these things that we usually think of as our assumptions. So that's abductive theorization. It's about being familiar with the literature while exploring your data, understanding what the best bits are for your research. So there's also a push and a pull direction to research. Sometimes you're going to be pushed more to relying on your data, but then you always have to think of your data in concert with the theories that you're trying to engage, with the field you're trying to be in. So here are some practical tips to know one's field. And I hope you take note of this. One is to read annual reviews and review articles. These are very important in whatever field you're in. And I'll be showing you later how you can do this. Also, it's very, very important to carve out time to germinate ideas, to see how your research connects with other people's research. So for example, you'd like to be both theory-driven and data-informed. So you want not just that you're contributing to some abstract knowledge, you also want your abstract knowledge to be theoretically grounded. And oftentimes the cases that you'll be using would be the Philippines. For me, I use both the Philippines and the United States as examples. But I think there are many opportunities to understand social realities or your particular field from the Philippines, and you can contribute to international journals in this regard. So one of the places you can start when you do your research is you can start with annual reviews. So for example, we have the annual review of sociology and the annual review of statistics and its applications. These are the two main places I usually do my research. You can also look at the analytical chemistry. I saw someone was doing chemistry here. You can look at the annual review for economics, because I saw someone who was doing economics education. So there are many different review journals out there. And a one-stop shop, for example, is just the annual reviews. Try to see what's there. Try to read what is happening in these. Because what you will see here, for example, is this one. So you have one article that's all about computational social science and sociology. And everything you have to know about it is in that one article. Every person who is important in this field will be in that article. So trying to understand that from that sense. The next is to see, like, for example, this one. This is about the longitudinal revolution, how sociological research at the 50-year milestone of the panel study of income dynamics. So they're looking at a particular data set and how this data set has been used over the past 50 years. So understanding that is very important. So if, again, my suggestion is to go to annualreviews.org. I think it's there on top. You can see it. Annualreviews.org, and see what are the new cutting edge research that's happening. And because you know the cutting edge research, you can actually do something about it. The other part to this is really just taking a piece of paper and writing down what are your ideas. Writing down what are the most important things and most important concepts that need to be connected with each other. Part of it also is about having a good management system, having a good what's called citation or resource management system. So this is what's called Zotero, and you can see that I have my system managed such that I have a folder on data and statistics, I have a folder on education, I have a folder on organizations, and I have a folder on sociology. You will have to see what makes most sense for you. And you have to do it in such a way. I'd like to share with you how you can do this systematically. You can download Zotero. You can download it either on a Mac or a Windows PC. So you can use that, and you can download the connector in Chrome. And what you can do is you can go to different sites like JSTOR and also EBSCO or Google Scholar. You can look into the different search engines. So for example, you are teaching business or management. You can type business ethics in Google Scholar, and then you search for a paper, and then you see, oh, there's this one paper that I'd like to read. You click on this one, for example, business ethics and stakeholder analysis. You click on that, and then you get put into this page, which is JSTOR. And so what do you do here? After, you can click on this icon. So this icon can show you, automatically saves your paper, and it automatically saved it here. So you see that all the data is already there. You've gotten the data from this paper, and you don't even need to type this, because just by clicking on it, it actually brings it in. And then you can use this when you're working on your research, and you can say it was written that, and then you add a citation. So you can click add citation. Did you see that, by the way? There's an add citation here. So let's do that one more time. So there's an add citation, and then you can click on different citation styles. So American Psychological Association, for example, is something you can do. And then you can click OK. And then you can search for the name of the person you wanted to quote. Click on that, and then it's there. So they will do it automatically. This Good Paster, the Abasi, Brem and Brem, Ariani, they did it automatically. And then you can click on add bibliography. So you see over here, we have add bibliography. And when you click on that, just like magic, you have it there. You don't even need to do anything. You don't even need to type anything. You just have to click add bibliography and it does it for you. Okay. So is this useful? By the way, you can put on the chat if this is useful. If you tell me, oh, I don't like this, I'll just do it by hand. Okay, so at least you know there's something new that you probably have learned today. So Mendeley is also the same with Zotero, different functionalities, but yeah, more or less the same. And by the way, the best part of it is this: Zotero is free, so download it now. I'm not being paid by Zotero, by the way. I just think that this is a good way of managing what you write, and I hope it can help you. So thank you for saying that this is helpful for you. Now let's just go on and talk more about different things. So, for example, you'd want to also understand what your field is in. So create a Google Scholar account. Create a Google Scholar account. I think you can create a Google Scholar account even if you don't have a paper yet. And just tell us what your research is all about. Be intentional with what your fields are. And then don't be disheartened if you think that you jump from field to field. I always joke around that sometimes you have to ask me every month what my research is, because there's always a flavor of the month. There's always like a new research I'm doing at different months. But at some point you will settle on something, and I hope that you just have to be open to it when you're experiencing this. So these are just ideas for us. So think of the system of knowledge that you are contributing to, that your research is about exploring your data and also creating theories from your data. And you can do this practically by, number one, looking at review articles. Number two, looking for ideas or the connections of your ideas through organizing the things that you've read, trying to put them and piece them together. So I hope this is helpful as we think about the field that you want to be in. Now, in the last 5 to 10 minutes of this talk, before we go to Q&A, I'll be talking about network. And I think network is also very important, because many times we think that when we do research, it just has to be us. When we say I don't have time, well, we all don't have enough time. But then it's when you're with other people that you make time, that you get all of these energy to do research. So the network that we have to have is really a network that's supportive of your research. That's what you need to have. So collaboration actually is made easier because of this remote environment we're in. We are probably not in the same location, but because it's easier for us to collaborate with other people from other schools as well. No, you can collaborate with someone in the Philippines, like someone from De La Salle, someone from Ateneo, someone from UP, someone from Muntinlupa. You know, collaboration can happen, diba? And it can happen easier if you're not bound to the people who are just within your vicinity. So maybe we can take advantage of that. Next is that we have to understand that what is essential in collaboration is that you are complementary with each other. It doesn't mean that you have to give compliments, ha? Hindi mo sasabihin, parang, oh, ang ganda mo naman ngayon, collaborate na tayo. Being complementary means you have particular skills and the other person has particular skills that you don't have. And because you each have particular skills, you two can complement each other. You two can be supportive of each other. So there's complementarity. You need to have trust. You need to trust the people you work with. You need to enjoy working with them in a way. And number 3 is you have to be responsive. You have to be able to be a trustworthy and someone who's quick to respond to particular needs. So for example, someone asks you, can we do this for our research? And then you don't reply for 5 weeks. That's bad for research collaboration. Okay. Also, reach out to senior scholars. If you think you're just beginning to do research, talk to people who are older, talk to people who are more advanced in doing research. You can tell them, hey, I've read your paper, and ask for advice. Or you can even go a step further and ask, hey, are there particular papers that you need collaborators with? And then you can volunteer yourself. You can volunteer yourself as someone who wants to just do research and can do it for free. Diba? Because you want to learn it. So reaching out to senior scholars. And then be happy. People like working with happy people. People enjoy being with happy people. And I've been lucky because I've worked with many good and happy people in my research. This is something I would say. So if you wouldn't mind, I would like to consult with you about the possible directions of a project on data in school organization. Any suggestions on how you go about with it and what gaps are still present? If you are free for a 20-minute Zoom call in the coming weeks, it would be nice to hear your thoughts on this. So, this is me literally just messaging someone out of the blue, like a senior professor, telling them, hey, can I meet with you on Zoom? Like what we're doing right now, no? We're having a Zoom meeting. So this is an opportunity for you to actually reach out to different people outside your circle. You can reach out to me as well. Ask, can we do research together? What are things we can do, etc., etc. So this is a practical thing that you can actually do. These are my collaborators in Hong Kong. I'm really happy to visit them. This is before the pandemic, by the way. And it's just good because you get to expand your world. You're not just limited anymore by what's happening in the Philippines. You can have all sorts of different experiences outside the Philippines in a way. This one is something I do with students. So these 2 students are actually students in Ateneo de Manila. And I think this might be something that you can do. You put on the chat earlier that you don't have as many resources because you might say that you don't have resources to pay research assistants. But there are some students who are more than willing to intern for you. So in Ateneo, we have this internship program where um, we don't necessarily give a monthly wage to the students, but they volunteer to join because they find that this is an important learning experience for them. And so here what we see is we can collaborate with each other. You can reach out to senior scholars and be happy and be a person that uh, will have opportunities to expand your network. So really, this is what I'd like to emphasize, that in order for us to thrive, in order for us to be happy, to be creative, and to be generative in our research, we need to know ourselves. We need to know ourselves. We need to know what it is that is best for us, when it is best for us to understand certain ideas, when it is best for us to write certain things. We need to understand our field. We need to understand who are we talking to, what are the things we do not know yet in our field, and what are the things we can understand better. And then finally, we are enjoined to expand our networks. And I've given you particular tips on how to do that. And so really, with yourself, it starts with your why, knowing your skills, and having all of these different important additional skills like patience, discipline, maturity, and reflection. For your field, you have to know the system of knowledge. You have to think about what new ideas you're proposing. Think about the interconnection between your idea and what we already know. And also find your flavor of every month, not just flavor of 1 month. And then in terms of network, that you need collaboration, friendship, trust, reaching out, and happiness. With that, that's the end of the formal presentation. Thank you very much for listening. You have my email address here, and you're welcome to reach out. But I think we have a little more than 15 minutes of Q&A. So I'll stop sharing. Maybe we can say hi again to each other. Hello. It's
Hi,
nice
sir.
to
Thank you for your
thank you.
presentation. I think on behalf of all of the participants who are also writing their thesis or their dissertations right now, your presentation is really a refreshing take, I guess, on research because it's not for the sake of doing an academic requirement, but more of pursuing our interests in our own passion. Thank you so much. So,
Thank
to
you.
everyone, the floor is now open for any questions or if you want to ask Professor Elias for any tips that you may have specifically for your own research. Now is the time.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe, sir, while we're waiting for some
Oh, we
questions,
have
I have
someone,
one question. Let me someone's raising their hand.
Sir Ederson.
Sir, yes,
Good morning. Can
Good
you hear
morning.
me?
go ahead, sir.
Or
Yes.
good evening, if you're depending on your time zone. Thank you very much, Professor Trinidad, for that very illuminating talk. I don't know if my question really deals with your presentation, but I'm I'm just interested with the intellectual. My name is Ederson Tapia, by the way. I'm
Hmm?
from the University of Makati. Uh, with the intellectual atmosphere in the University of Chicago now, we know for a fact that perhaps in the 1960s, the University of Chicago figured quite prominently in this behavioral revolution, which has somehow reshaped the contours of social science scholarship.
Yeah.
And my first question is it still true today? And my second question is, how do you situate your research within this, which I think leans somewhere towards more qualitative approaches if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. How do you situate your research within the context of a more behavioralist or behaviorist approach that was made popular by your alma mater? Thank you very much for your talk, Professor.
Yeah, yeah. I think this really goes to the importance more generally of the environment you're in, di ba? And the thing is, what you want is not so much just a behavioralist, but you want a very diverse environment. And that's what I get here in Chicago. I walk, I walk on campus, and then I see someone who's doing economics, which is very quantitative. And then I see someone who's doing anthropology, which is very qualitative. And then I see people in psychology who are very experimental. And so all of these different ideas are in this marketplace in a way of of people talking with each other, and so it's pretty intense. So that's one. In terms of the history of the University of Chicago, part of it is about the 1960s was around the height of the Cold War, and part of the activism that was there, that was present here then, was being actually inviting Communist Party members to share during the height of Cold War here in the US. And that was considered subversive before. But the university is home to dissenting ideas. And that's what the university actually did. And it has had and still has the same commitment as it had from before. And so, yeah, I'd say that we still experience that. In terms of it being qualitative, not so much, because there are a lot more variety into people. So you have, for example, the Chicago School of Economics, which is very heavily quantitative and very heavily mathematical. I, for one, work with more quantitative data sets. So that's been my line of work. And but then I'm very open, and I actually read a lot of qualitative work because I think it enriches the discourse. And so hopefully this is also something that can happen in universities in the Philippines, particularly the University of Makati, because you have a leadership that wants this to be an intense intellectual environment where you can meet other people from different disciplines and talk to them, and your ideas can converge, diba? Again, this is not just about you. This is what I said at the beginning. This isn't just about you gaining skills. It's about a community being able to bring about changes in the environment, changes in the culture of research. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because just to put some context into my question, just like Aisel Herman, I was taught by F. Nanda Hucano, who he got his PhD from the University of Chicago right about the 1960s, and he was telling me that he was working on anthropology. At that time, he was considered the pariah because nobody was doing ethnography at that time, and his field was not considered science enough. And so I'm glad that, and also perhaps just to add to what you were mentioning about the Chicago Boys School of Economics who came to Latin America, right? Also about the same time. But I'm glad that you shared your thoughts on this. And yeah, I agree with you that the university should really be a place where we could be rebellious, if you will, even against the intellectual tide. No? But thank you very much for your talk and your thoughts this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Tapia. Do we have any other questions? You may also raise your hand. Okay, so, sir, since we're waiting for questions, I have a question, honestly. most of the things that you've shared in terms of practical tips are when you are beginning or when you are writing your research. Now, my question is in terms of revision. Personally, I find it tedious as well because it's very grueling to go over it again and again. Do you have any tips in terms of revision or doing over your work? How do you approach it?
Yeah, sure. I think it's better if I share particular examples with that in terms of how I do revisions, because this is a very important part of the research process.
Mhm.
So let me just look for that. Maybe one of my papers that I've done a recent revision to, because the thing is, it can sometimes feel very daunting to have so many to be asked to do so many revisions, di ba? It can feel very, very daunting actually to do that. So what I would usually do is, and I'll share my screen here now.
Sure, sir.
So whenever I am asked to do revisions, I would actually write, like, copy and paste the comments and then have a response for each one. And this helps me think of what essentially are the things that I'm being asked to do and how am I doing it in the paper. So I'm putting on one side the comments of the reviewers, my revision, and also I'm putting this side by side with the Word document of the original manuscript that I'm trying to edit. So this is, I think, one of the best things I've done, like really just being very systematic with the different comments and trying to do that in the paper. If there are people who provide very, very specific comments, like for example, on page 19, line 29, this is how you should write it. That's also fine. What I would do there is I would start from the very bottom, because the page number will change if you start from the very top. So it's easier to start from the
Oh.
bottom, make the changes from the bottom, so that you don't have to change, you don't have to think of the things that you're changing at the top that will change the page number and the line number and
Mhm.
whatever that you have. So this is a very practical thing, by the way. Let's see. I think this is IJLE. Let's see. Yeah, so it's something like this, this is revision 1. Yeah, so there are a lot of things that the reviewer, for example, said, and the thing is, you might be overwhelmed by it. For me, what I do is I divide it. So I divide it to general comments. Then there's a comment about the title and the abstract. There's a comment about the conceptual and theoretical clarification. There are comments about the definitions. So I'm trying to group them together so that it doesn't feel so big. And then I always start usually with the more minor comments. So the comments on style is where I usually start, because this is the easiest one to revise. Yeah.
I see. Thank you so much, sir. I think that suggestion also avoids missing some comments or suggestions. So if it's all laid out, it's easier to see. Okay, so
Yeah.
we have a question here, sir.
Yeah.
Measuring the perception of members of a small community regarding social issues is a favorite topic for research. It is practical, relatively easy to carry out, and interesting, so researchers continue to engage in it. How can a
Mhm.
research like that be productively applied to other researchers about other communities?
Yeah, so one of the things that you might want to do, because a lot of times you'll focus on one community, di ba? my suggestion is to have two communities, or at least two communities, maybe three. And why is that? Because you are able to get more analytic leverage when you are comparing one from another. For example, you're looking at the experience of urban poor in Manila. You could say that you'd want to just focus on a particular urban poor site. Let's say just focus on Baseco. But then what happens in Baseco might be different from what happens in Payatas, which is in Quezon City. So you want that analytic level, and that's comparison is when good research can happen. What are the variations? What are the sources of variations? What are the things that are different or similar with each other? And I think that's one way of going about with this. Yeah, we have 4 minutes to ask questions. Happy to. And I like how very on time we are. It says a lot about the University of Makati.
Okay, so any other questions from our participants? Okay, so another question. You told us that you have had experience around 5 rejected research papers so far. How are you handling the rejection?
I mean, you just have to suck it up. You know, I get rejected. I feel bad maybe for the first hour, but then there's more research to be done. I can show you another thing. So usually this is my calendar is usually pretty booked, both weekends and weekdays. So so it's pretty booked from 4 in the morning until 8 in the evening. So different activities, and so I really don't have time to mope and be sad about my research being rejected. If it's rejected, okay, go to the next research, or okay, look for another journal article, journal to submit this to. I think that's the best way. How can you improve from the things that were said in the reviews, diba? That's how you cope with it. Keep yourself busy, you won't really feel it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another question, I think this is the last question. Given the disruptive forces we are all in now, how does research development continue? Or how does research development cope?
Yeah, I think one of the ways to think about it is we can't do anything because we're all on lockdown. I think the other thing you can consider is a different perspective is that you can do a lot more things because we're on lockdown. You can interview people, for example, in Germany. You can interview people. You can interview what's this? You can interview immigrants or OFWs in Saudi Arabia. Maybe that's the research you want to do. You know, you're only limited by your creativity. And so it's one thing to think that, yes, I am not discounting the fact that we are still in a global health pandemic, but also a lot of creative things can happen. As Charles Dickens has said, this is the best of times and it is the worst of times. It's up to you how you want to make use of it, right?
Okay, thank you, sir. And I think it circles back to what you said about network, that this is the time to actually take advantage of remote work and remote study to interview
Definitely.
whoever you want to interview as well. Okay, thank you so much. If you have any questions, you already have Sir Eos's email address. You can forward to him your concerns. And let me just call on Dr. Judith Batin to present the certificate.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Professor Trinidad, for the practical tips and for the challenge for us to continue engaging ourselves in doing research. Please stay for a while as we award you a certificate of appreciation. Let me read the citation. University of Makati University Research Center, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Jose Eos R. Trinidad for the invaluable knowledge imparted as resource speaker during the 4th Research Congress, Future Proof and Reset of Higher Education, conducted on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom webinar platform. Given this 20th day of October 2021, signed Florante de los Santos, RGC, Director, University Research Center. Ederson de los Trino Tapia, Vice President for Planning and Research. So once again, thank you, Professor Trinidad. A virtual applause for Professor Trinidad.
Thank you also, and I hope all the best for this research forum. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, our next speaker is a university researcher 3 of the University of Philippines, Los Baños. He leads a nationally recognized plant pathology laboratory and research team. He is currently working on diseases of a wide range of economically important crops and range of plant pathogens, including bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and viruses. To name a few of these are on bacteria wilt of Solanaceae, bacteria crown rot of papaya, bacteria stalk rot of papaya, bacteria stalk rot of corn, potato powder scrub, clubroot of broccoli, chili and mango anthracnose, red rot of sugarcane, fusarium wilt of banana, mycotoxigenic fungi, and banana viruses. His research outcomes include elucidation of etiology and epidemiology of plant disease-resistant crops, development of rapid, efficient, cost-effective protocols, and development of sustainable disease management strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome with virtual applause Professor Mark Angelo Valendres. Sir?
Yep, thanks very much for that very kind introduction, Ma'am Judith. I'd just like to know if I'm audible and my audio is perfectly fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Loud
Thank
and
you.
clear.
Thank you very much. So if major choppy po, just let me know. I could switch to a different mobile device. I'm just gonna share my presentation. There you go. Kita na po ba yung video or yung presentation? Okay na po ba? Can
Yes,
someone
sir.
makes a thumbs up? Okay, thanks very much for that. So I'm very glad to be here. I was very surprised with the invitation to give this talk. As someone from the University of Makati attended one of the talks that I gave a few months ago, and I was invited to give this talk again. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and this will be my first engagement with the University of Makati, and hopefully not the last one. My talk will be focused on preparing the research article. So my field is in natural sciences and not in the social sciences. So I'll be working with quantitative data on this presentation. However, it still it covers the whole aspect of preparing a research article, especially for those who are working on their thesis, whether you're a social scientist or a natural scientist. So I'm basically an affiliate professor in the graduate schools, mentoring MS students, and also working as a researcher in the Institute of Plant Breeding. At the moment, I'm also working as a research and development leader for Mindoro State University, helping their plant pathology, establishment of a plant pathology curricula and research in Mindoro State University. So if you would like to get in touch with me, I'm available through email, ResearchGate. You could follow me in the academic Twitter, and also I'm available on Facebook for any inquiries about diseases, diagnosis of plant diseases. So if you're a plantito or plantita, you may reach out to us if you wanted to know what diseases do you have in your particular ornamental crops. So a little bit of introduction about our work. We are a research university and also a research institution. And that is why we have to have research projects as well. So we are part of the Institute of Plant Breeding, which is also part of the College of Agriculture and Food Sciences, which is one of the colleges of the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas. And currently we have 43 staff in our lab. I am the lab head since 2018, and we have 14 research projects that were funded by several national agencies, including international organizations, including the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations and the University of California, Davis in the US. Currently, since January this year, we already have published 12 papers in high impact factor journals, and we have 19 more papers under review with 20 more papers for submissions. And we have to do that as a research institution because our mantra would be maximizing knowledge transfer from lab to field. And as mentioned by Professor Trinidad, if it's in the gray literature, it will remain as an anecdote rather than a fully fledged paper or knowledge or information that can be shared or reviewed or criticized by people also in your field or other relevant field. So there are heaps of people working around. There are only 3 senior researchers. I'm one of them, and we have several junior researchers that are funded in different projects. Now, I just want to let you know that I'll be speaking relatively rapidly because the talk that was assigned to me is actually a condensed version of the several talks that I have given to various universities in the past 6 months. So if you put them together, that would be more than 6 hours, but we don't have that much of time. So I'm going to cut them into just the overview of each of these presentations. And it's very nice that there will be another presenter later on who will be discussing about finding the right journal for your paper. So I'm going to cut that part, so that would be good for me. But if you do have any questions about that aspect, I'll be very happy to answer the questions later on the open forum. So again, this is a condensed version of these talks, but if you or your class or your college would like to have a more in-depth discussion of this, then you just send me an email. I'll be happy to arrange a date for you. So in this presentation, we're going to talk about why do we have to publish our research, the process of publication, how do we prepare a research article. So this is the main chunk of this presentation. And then we have to follow on the predatory journals. So we have to discuss about why we should consider not sending our manuscript to a potential predatory journal. Right, so this is these are some of the reasons why we publish our paper. And for you, to some of our participants today, might have other reasons other than this one, but in general, these are the generic reasons why we want to publish a research paper. For many of us, it is really disseminating knowledge. So when you do something, you in your research or you do some experiments, you want people to know about your work. And when people know about your work, they might pick that up, and they could also do that as a follow-on study, and they could also contribute to solving a particular problem. Another thing is providing evidence about a particular hypothesis or a research theory or any theories within your field. But in 2014, I was writing my PhD dissertation, and I came across this book by Robert Day titled How to Write and Publish a Scientific Paper. And Robert Day said that the goal of scientific research is publication, and scientists, starting as graduate students, are measured primarily not by the dexterity in laboratory manipulations, not by their innate knowledge of either broad or narrow scientific subjects, and certainly not by their wit and charm. They are measured and become known or remain known by their publications. And this strikes a lot when I was doing my research, because I came to think that what exactly am I doing, and why I should continue doing this. So it was then I realized that I cannot escape publication, and I should publish my work after that. So I graduated in 2016. So I have 2 years that I've written my papers from my PhD dissertation. Now, this is the peer review process. So you submit your article, it depends on what journal you're submitting to these papers, because in some big journals they have an editorial assistant who will check whether it falls within the scope and scope of the journal. If not, then they will have to desk reject it. So you submit your paper, then the editor then sends that for review to probably at least 2 reviewers, and then it gets further reviewed, and then you can revise that if you get an accept with minor revision or major revision. And then if you have revised it and the editor and the reviewers are happy of the revisions, then they will accept that, and then it gets to production and then the publication. And that's going to be a big congratulations to you, a big milestone for you as a researcher. But that in reality, 90% of papers are being rejected, and there are many reasons for that, but we're not going to tackle all of these reasons because we don't have the luxury of time. And so the more we understand this process, the better we are prepared in preparing those research articles that will be ready for review by your reviewers. So there are things to consider before you prepare your research article. And I hope that you do this before you actually write your paper. The first one is that you know that you have a well-designed study, because when you have a well-designed study, it's much easier to write this because you know where to put those data, what to discuss on that particular data, and you have also your references and papers that you link to that particular data. That's why you also have to have a good literature review. You have to know what papers are related to that particular data or topic or subject. And so really tackle all of these very related review papers or original articles that would support your data. And also, we will not be talking about how to analyze your data, doing statistical analysis. So we expect that you already have your data ready, you summarize your work, which is ready for writing that particular aspect. This is very important. You need to settle the authorship before you write the paper, or somehow you have a mutual agreement already with the people who will be part of that paper. You need to assign who are going to do this particular aspect of the work, who does the statistical analysis, who does the writing of this methodology, or perhaps if you're writing the whole draft manuscript, someone has to do the editing and some of the reviewing as well. So settle this, because once you submit your paper, you will not be able to change anything unless, of course, you have a very reasonable explanation and the editor would accept that. So at the end of the day, it's the editor who will decide whether they will accept your reason or not. Professor E said that you can select for a journal. I would not recommend this because I don't want you to always think about the arrangement of your work, because there are journals where you could just submit your paper as it is, not in the format of the journal, particularly the Elsevier journal. So you can still pick the journal, the top 3 journals where you've considered your paper to be published, or later on, you could just pick the journals and reformat your article. So what is important is the content and the analysis of your work rather than the formatting. So focus first on what you're going to write instead of focusing on how to arrange everything. So, but again, at the end of the day, it is up to you. What works for you might not work for others. So have a bit of a trial and error, which one works perfectly for you. So this is a typical organization of a research paper. You start with an abstract, an introduction, the materials, methods, the results, and the discussion. But in our group, we usually start with this type of reorganizing our paper. We start with the results, we discuss the results, make the conclusion. Sometimes we write the introduction and this discussion at the same time, then the materials and methods and the abstract. And the simple reason for this is that because you want to be guided by the results of your work and not by the introduction or the story you want to tell your audiences. So I would suggest you start with your results, discuss them, fill the information related to the previous literature in your introduction, and then discuss how did you get those data as well. So let's start with writing the results. So I'm going to use this type of or reorganizing the paper instead of the typical IMRAD method, because this is how I usually write our paper. So you could present your result as a text, as a table, and as a figure. The figure is very catchy. They're very strong. They're very powerful in catching people's attention. But if you use them in a wrong way, that could also dissuade them or discourage them from reading your paper. So make use of it in a proper way as well. So if the statistical analysis is not significant, you could always still put the table, but then in the text, you just mentioned that there were no significant differences in the data that you have gathered. So the table is also powerful in such a way that it really presents the quantitative results of your, or the data of your work. So these examples here were taken from my papers from previous work. So we can dive into details of this particular presentation. So if you want to present your data as a figure or a graph, try to avoid colors. Some students like to use very different colors, even though there's only one dependent variable. So I would suggest you use the black and white, or you could also just use black with different shades of black and gray. So instead of using colored, if you really would like to use colors, then make sure that it's not the ones that are very irritating, like the neon, the yellows. So make use of the friendlier colors, pastel colors, rather than the very bright ones. So make sure you have the y-axis, the labels for the x-axis, you have a figure title. Make sure that if you're working with figures or bars, you have to have your standard deviation or your standard error. I usually use the standard error because it has a very much shorter pause rather than the standard deviation. So it's really up to you. As long as you have a statistical analysis, you could put the superscripts like A, B, A, B, C, if you have those analysis, or these asterisk if it's significant. If you're using some time-bound research, you could use this figure in the right side. Just make sure that you really have those ticks in the those lines, so that people could follow which one is this triangle, which one is the circle. So use also black and white instead of the colored ones, because it's much easier to follow rather than the colors that could be very irritating. Now, I think I've skipped the table. So this one is for your table. So if you want to present your work as a table, make sure that there is a table legend, the column titles, the table body, and also footnotes. So don't put too much of information in the table body. You could always explain things in the footnotes rather than in the table body. So just put a superscript and then make the explanation at the footnotes of your table. Okay, so let's go with the distinction between results and discussion, because I think many writers confuse what results are and discussion is. So this is just an overview of what you should remember when trying to separate the results and discussion. So the results is simply your findings. So because this is your findings, you don't really have to cite papers as well. So unless if it's a methodology paper, you might cite those references, but if it's not, then you just focus on the results of your findings. The results as well can be presented in a text, table, or graphs or figures, and then please do not interpret your work or make a speculation. Reserve that in the discussion section. So in the discussion section, you explain what those findings mean, why this particular data matters, and then also you have to relate that with the previous study, and that's why you need to cite references in your discussion section, and you have to cite that in the reference section as well. So let's go back to writing the result. So key to writing the result is not making it too long. You have to summarize the general trends, focus on the pattern, and then also the key message. So this is just an example of the experiments that I did. This was an 8 trials, the same experiment. I did this 8 times over 8 months, and I only wrote 2 sentences for this result. So imagine that you work hard for 8 months, but you can only write 2 sentences in the results section. But that's the thing about writing the results. The reviewers are not excited about how good you are in explaining things in the results. It's really summarizing to them in a way that it's easier to understand, and it actually portrays the table or the figure that you have presented. So here I did not discuss in details what those graphs means, but basically I just told them that there was an effect of this particular root exudates on the stimulation of the pathogen in the solution. So although quantitatively they're not different, they're not the same, but the patterns were increasing over time. So that certainly indicates that there was an effect of that particular root exudate. So you don't have to really explain, and well, you could still explain if you really like to, but maybe just cite a particular trial, like for example, so you could say, you could use the 2 sentences, and later on you could say, for instance, in trial number 2, there was an effect on the number of blah, blah, blah. So you can always do that, but you don't need to over-explain something just to tell the reviewers or just to lengthen your results. The results should be as short as possible, but meaningful. Okay, so make the text understandable to someone who has not seen your figures on your table. So we used to write things like this. The results are given in figure 1. So question is, what result? Table 2 clearly shows the results of the experiment. Again, what result? And lastly, figure 2 shows the effect of temperature. What effect? So you have to remember that you're writing this for someone. You're not writing this for yourself. And you need to persuade that someone that your paper is worth reading, worth publishing. So guide them. Do not let them guess. Guide them in what your paper is all about. So instead of writing those, you could say, in example number 1, temperature was directly proportional to metabolic rate. So instead of saying results are given in figure 1. In example number 2, incidence of wilting was increased by constant watering. And example number 3, you could revise. Figure 2 shows the effect of temperature in seed health into seed germination rate increased at increasing temperature. So it's easier. You're already giving the answer, or you're already guiding your reviewers that this table or figure is about seed germination rate increase at increasing temperature, and they just have to look at the numbers. So make it easier for your readers to understand what your data is and what you're talking about, instead of guessing them. So it's not a contest of who knows more or what. Also present your statistical analysis or test in parentheses. If you say something is significant, then you have to put the t-value, the p-value, so r-value as well for correlation. So people misuse the word significance many times in a results section. So if you do refer to statistical analysis when you say the word significance, then you must provide statistical analysis as well at the end of the sentence, so that readers would know that this is statistical significance and not biological significance. So you have to guide your readers what you're actually meaning to say or talking about, rather than making it vague for them to understand what you're writing. Let's go jump to the discussion section. This section is supposed to be a very long discussion, but again, for the interest of time, I'm going to summarize them for this particular presentation. So the first thing you do in this discussion, again, this is not the perfect approach or guide when writing the discussion. This is a guide or some tips or ideas where I've used in my research, and I find it useful to me and to others as well. But if this works for you, then good. If it doesn't, then find other ways that you could write your discussion section. But these are some of the tips that have been used by others as well, or the way they write their papers. So the first one you do is to state the major finding of your paper. So don't start reviewing the literature. Actually tell people what the finding of your paper is. So you could say that this chemical X increases the number of leaves after 30 days from inoculation. So that's the major finding. Later on, you need to explain what the meaning of that finding or the importance of that finding. So you could say that this suggests that when you use this chemical during the production of tomato, you might get more leaves that could produce or that could produce more fruits as well. So make a meaning why that results actually matters. And in fact, that is related to number 6, which you would have to state the relevance, but we're going to pick up that later on. Number 3 is to point out negative results or the lack of significance. So just because your work doesn't have any positive result doesn't mean you don't need to tell them. It is important that you inform your readers about the things that could be negative or positive, because they could use that information later on if they want to do another study that would relate to yours. So don't cover up your data just because it doesn't fit with the model or the system. So you have to report that and maybe speculate why you're getting those results. Maybe the environment wasn't ideal. Maybe you have to use a different reagents. So make use of speculating at this point. The fourth one is to discuss the results with the findings of the research. Show how your results and interpret. If the results agree with the previous work, then you could say that our results agree with the previous study of Batin et al. In 2012, where blah, blah, blah. If it doesn't agree, then you could say that our work is in contrast, our work is not, our work doesn't agree or does not conform or corroborate with the findings of the work of Sabato et al. 2021. So you have to put where your research is in terms of the current body of knowledge and discuss why that particular result is different from the others and why it matters. The fifth is to consider alternative explanations. So maybe in your field, there's no explanation as to why you get those results. Then you might want to consider reading related sciences or fields and maybe use that as an explanation, some theories or hypotheses that could be useful in your work. 6 is to state the relevance and the application of your work. So if you have discovered a particular chemical that can boost the production of tomato, then you could say that you could actually use that, or the farmers could use that to boost their production, increasing your yield and increasing their profit as well. So that's where your implications or practical application would go to. And you could also point up some gaps in your knowledge. So if you have discovered something, but there is there's still that thing that you're not aware of, or you don't know anything of that, then you could say that, however, there needs more research on this particular aspect, because we need to know the mechanism of why they are actually producing more crops, more fruits when you're using the chemicals. And when that happens, you're actually acknowledging the limitation of your work. So sometimes you would say some works, they're positive in this particular lab, but negative in another lab. So one of the limitations is that it varies from one lab to another. So you need to test this particular protocol from one lab to another. So that when you cite a limitation, you should also cite some suggestions that you could do for further research. But do not make suggestions that you should have done in your research. For instance, you would say that there should be another treatment where you could compare these treatments 1, 2, and 3. So the reviewers will say, why did you not include that treatment in your research? So make suggestions that cannot be done in your current research. For instance, you have done this field trial during the wet season. So another further research would be to suggest that you could do another trial during the dry season or another season perhaps. So make suggestions, but make sure that those suggestions are doable for the future and not during your particular research. So the reviewers will know if that can be done, particularly with the treatments. And lastly, number 9 is just number 1, but making it more with an emphasis about what the result is all about, or the conclusion of your work. So maybe you could say that this is the first report of this particular microbe or microorganism, and this was the first time that it was found in the Philippines. So this is the first report in the country. So conclusions that highlights the novelty of your work as well, or some applications of your work. But there are things that you should also avoid when you're writing the results and discussion. The first one is redundancy. So many students has this tendency to over-explain things in the results as a text, but then you could actually see that in the table or in the figures. So try to avoid that. That's why you have to summarize the table and the figure in your text, that it only highlights the message and the pattern of the work rather than explaining all about the table or the figure. Also, do not report raw data, just report the summary data or the data where you have a statistical analysis. You can still publish your raw data as a data in brief, or you can attach that as a supplementary material, but you don't usually include your raw data. In fact, in some main journals, you have to include a data availability statement where you would say data is available from the corresponding author upon reasonable request. So you don't have to provide that during the time of the review. In the discussion section, do not overpresent or overinterpret or over speculate about the work. So focus only on what was data and make it 1 to 2 sentences rather than speculating a lot that are not warranted or they're not really supported by your evidence. So do not over speculate. And also, if you try to criticize a particular paper, criticize the paper and not the authors of those papers. So this is what we call bully pulpit. So avoid criticizing the authors of the paper. Instead, focus on criticizing the theory, the hypothesis, and probably the data in the paper, but not the authors. It's a very small world in your field, and they might end up as your reviewers as well in your paper in the future. And again, don't say any conclusions that are not supported by your data. So let's jump into the materials and methods. So you now have your results. You have discussed what those results mean, but this time you need to tell your readers, how did you get those results? So because you already have sections in your results section. So for instance, this is a paper we published in the European Journal of Plant Pathology. We have 3 subsections in our results section. Then use that subsection to guide you in preparing your materials and methods. So if you have a data on the in vitro activity of citronella essential oil, so ask yourself, how did you get these results? So you can write in vitro tests. So usually we identify the pathogens. Pathogens are the microorganisms that cause the disease. So we do morphology of this particular pathogen or microbe. So if we have a result on morphology of this particular fungus, then we have to write a materials and methods section about morphocultural assays. If you have a results section that says pathogenicity of the fungus to these crops or host crops, then you should have a materials and methods on how did you perform the pathogenicity assay. So focus only per section so that you will not be confused or overwhelmed that you put everything in there that you could think about, but focus on every section instead of writing them as a whole. So you see here that we also put the illustration. So for the materials and methods about in vitro tests, we have our results about in vitro activity, which was presented as figure 1. So you can do an Excel file for this, or an Excel version, so that you could have you could follow it clearly, and it will be your guide when writing the materials and methods section. The introduction is simply a part of the review of literature, and most of the papers that you're citing here will be cited in the discussion section. Not all, but some. So it's a description and the nature of the scope of the problem, why you're working on this particular crop or animal, why is it important, what was the knowledge gap, why is it important to address this knowledge gap, why are you using a different method from previously published, and most importantly, you have to indicate explicitly what are your objectives and why you're doing this, or probably a highlight of the important key findings of your work, depending on the journal. And a little bit about organizing your literature. Make sure that you only cite those from reliable and acceptable sources. When I say acceptable, these are peer-reviewed, such as the scientific journals and conference proceedings or papers, government documents, theses and dissertations. Avoid citing those from predatory journals. We will discuss about predatory journals shortly. And if you cannot access these papers, you can always email the corresponding author for a copy of their paper. There are also some softwares or websites that provides free access to these papers, such as the ABS-CIO Open Dissertations, the PQDT Open, and the Open Access Thesis and Dissertations. You could always use Google Scholar because Google Scholar has a broader range of linking you to these papers. But again, you have to check the individual paper if it was published by an authentic or trustworthy publisher or journal. The last section, which is the abstract, is simply the brief summary or the mini version of your paper. So you would put some context about what you're doing in this particular work, or why are you doing this, what was the methods that you did, and a brief statement of the results, and also the conclusion of your work. Now, every time I write my abstract, I usually use this effective abstract by Nature Education. It's really good because it, in as simple as 250 words or less, everything that can be read about your paper has already been included in this one. So it contains the context of your work, the need, which is what we have and what we want, the task, the objective of the document, the findings, which is your findings, the conclusion, and then some perspective. So everything is in there. It's just that how you're going to put that in a much simpler or much easy to digest information. So it still takes a practice, and that's why if you keep writing and writing, you're likely to get also get more acquainted about how you can effectively write your abstract. So it takes a lot of practice as well. The last, which is still part of the abstract, is the title. And this is also very important because sometimes people just read the title, and if they cannot digest the title, understand the title immediately, there's likely that they're not going to read your paper as well. So make it precise, simple, and short. Avoid abbreviation unless the abbreviated word is very familiar, like the World Health Organization, which is WHO, and the FAO, which is the Food and Agriculture Organization. And make the title more predictive rather than a passive one. So for example, you would say the effect of temperature on the growth of tomato. So that's another title. You could also write increasing temperature affects growth of tomato. So in that way, that's very predictive. The viewers or the readers know that, or they could read that this particular paper talks about increasing the temperature so that you could increase the growth of the tomato. So that's just an example. But what I'm saying is that instead of the typical effect of, you could just say exactly what was the effect. So there was an increase in growth or increase in temperature. So make it a bit active and predictive as well. So the title and the abstracts are very important because some people just read these two sections and not the other sections. So make sure that it's very catchy and it catches the attention of your readers. But I think a lot of you are now saying while sitting there, Sir Mark, hindi naman po talaga yung kung paano namin isusulat yun kasi tinuruan naman po kami kung paano or ano yung mga sections ng isang paper. I think the major hurdle is how do we start writing those papers? And in 2014 as well, I came across this academic phrase bank, and this has been, masasabi kong, one of the most useful things that I've discovered when I was writing my paper. The Academic Phrase Bank is a resource for academic writers, and Professor John Morley of the University of Manchester put all together the common phrases that scientists have used in their papers. And because these are common phrases, your Turnitin or your journal, what the plagiarism checker might just ignore these phrases because they are commonly used. So the good thing about Academic Phrase Bank is that it's more than 100 pages of phrases, and it's divided into introduction, materials and methods, discussion. So in every section, you could actually copy the phrases and just replace the word with something that is related to your topic or to your work. So for instance, these are just subtopics. So pick one per subtopic. So one from establishing, one from highlighting, and one from synopsis. So it's really up to you, but don't use more than two in every subtopic. So there are more in the Academic Phrase Bank. Please do, if you want, you could download that. If you have a problem downloading that, just send me an email. I'll send that copy for you. So for instance, you could say X plays an important role in the maintenance of what. So you could replace X with your topic, and I would say chemical A plays an important role in the maintenance of healthy plants. So just use the phrases. So just read those phrases, and sometimes it will just occur into your mind. Oh, I could use this one with this paper. So make sure that you've already read your data. You've already, you know what you're trying to say, because you won't be able to pick the right one if you're not familiar with your data and your topic or your subject. So you have to fill in. So these are the phrases for reporting a results. So I like the part when I say that when X cells were stimulated with Y, there was no significant difference. So that's a very active way of saying that there was no effect of that particular work or particular chemical. So you can find one in the statements of positive results. So strong evidence of X was found when chemical A was added into the water. So just use these phrases if you run out of words to start with in your writing. There is also a section when you would like to discuss your findings. So you could say that these findings further support the idea of Donaldo et al. 2021, or you could say that this study confirms that chemical A is associated with the growth of the plant at particular period. So every time you cite a different a previous study, make sure you cite the citation or the previous publication of the work. Now, we're done with the preparing for the article, but there are some aspects that we need to discuss, because I think this is a major concern for many of us, which is rejection. So not every paper that you submit to the journal gets accepted, and in reality, more than 90% can be rejected. So if you get rejection, we tend to ask ourselves, saan kaya ako nagkulang? And it is really important that you have a mentor or your supervisor is there who is knowledgeable in publication to explain things to you, especially if it's your first rejection. When I had my first rejection, it was very difficult to understand the world around me, that am I doing something that is not good enough to be published in this work? But my supervisor was very supportive enough to say that rejection happens, and to cite the words of Epictetus, that people are not disturbed by things, but by the view they take on them. So I wasn't really disturbed about the paper rejection itself, but the idea that I was the one being rejected. But that's two different stories. So the paper has been rejected, not you as a researcher. So you just need to refine the paper so that it gets accepted in another journal, perhaps. So when you get rejected, do not be annoyed. Do not feel bad about yourself, because this is part of the academic life, especially if you're doing research. And it happens to almost all researchers. Even the seasoned researchers get published. I've published more than 30 papers already in the last five years, and I can't count the number of publication rejections I had with my papers. But that's all right. That's part of the game. And the main goal is really to refine your paper in such a way that even if it gets rejected, it gets improved as well during the rejection process, because there are some comments from the reviewers that can be very useful. And then when you get rejected, improve it by the comments of the reviewers. Try not to make it personal. The criticism is on your paper and not in your work. Don't complain to the editor. Don't post the reviews online. Don't write any angry rebuttal. Don't discard the reviews. And most importantly, never give up. Okay. Now, someone is going to talk about the scientific journals. So I'm going to skip this one, but just looking at that, there are some publishers and submission platforms. I think the speaker will talk about this. There are consideration where you should publish your work, whether the scope and policy of the journal, the regional, the international, or multidisciplinary. And there are also journal search platforms. Professor Eos has mentioned about Journal Finder, but there are also Journal Suggester, Jane, Scopus Sources Search, SciMago Journal Counterranks, and also Taylor Francis Search. This is just an example of the Journal Finder, where you should put your title and your abstract, and then it will give you some information about where you could publish it, the acceptance rate, the time when will you get the first result of your paper review. SciMagoJR.com is the most, I think, the most useful one, because it already lists all of these updated Scopus and Web of Science index journals. And these are the Scopus index journals in the Philippines, more than 20 of them, but only 5 were included in the journal citation report, which is the ISI, or Cleverweight Analytics Web of Science index journals. Now, it is important that we know where to publish our work, because we want to avoid potential predatory journals, because it will hurt us as a researcher if we publish our papers in a journal where it's easy to publish, but it did not really get through the real process of reviewing your paper. So predatory journals actively solicit manuscripts and charge publication fees without robust peer review. And sometimes after 5 days, you get your paper already published, even though it would take time for the reviewers to review those papers. So be very careful about these predatory journals. And in credible journals, there's always a review process, there's a revisions, and most of the time there is a rejection. And predatory journals are unethical publishing. They bypass the normal peer review. They make money, the publishers make money, and for the authors, they create an instant CVs. So many, when you get your promotion, you want papers, of course, but you have nowadays or currently, some of these universities are very, very strict about where you publish your work. They have to see whether you have those peer review paper process or peer review, or the reviewers' reports or feedbacks of your papers before they consider you for promotion or for an incentive. And it could have a negative impact on your careers. I have known some people who have not, or they were not promoted because they did not know that these journals are predatory, but they happened to publish their papers on these journals a long time ago. So there are some characteristics of these journals. I won't go into details, but I can provide you a copy of this presentation anyway if you want to have a look at the specific information. But most of the time, they really charge very low publication charges per paper. And the key characteristic is that they don't review the paper. Even though you write bad words or grammatical errors, they don't care about it. They just want you to pay for it once you submit it to them. So be very careful. Read the website, the information in the website of the journal, and make sure that information provided are do not raise red flags. There are also some techniques like using logos or some information. Sometimes they put names of the people who are not actually real editors. So you have to just check the website. If it looks like it's dodgy, then try to avoid that. There's a bills list of predatory journals. You could check the potential. It's just potential because you are the person who's going to judge whether it's predatory or not is you. So check if it's potential predatory. You could also use the Lane and Winker dichotomy. It's a yes or no decision-making process, so that it will lead you to probably legitimate, or you have to check the journal website. So, but most of the Springer and Elsevier or Taylor and Francis or Black and Wiley publications, they're pretty okay. And those that are published by scientific organizations. So you could visit the thinkchecksubmit.org if you want to know more about predatory journals. And again, if the paper gets accepted very quickly and the journal asks for money, then the alarm bells should start ringing. But I'm going to end up with 2 or 3 slides about tips about your writing process. Plan your work, plan your writing, get started. Every day, write as short as 5 sentences. Be regular, do it every day. Keep a notebook. If you do not multitask, if you're walking and you think about something, so just write it down, and then later when you arrive in the office or in your table, you can return to the notebook and put that in your paper. Understand that this is a recursive process. You have to repeat it again and then again and again, so it doesn't stop with one paper. Stand back from your writing. If you're having a problem, then maybe 1 or 2 days of break or a week of break, but do not make it very long. Go back as soon as you can. Read your own writing. It helps when you read your writing, because it actually spots some problems in your writing. And talk about your writing with your colleagues, your professors, your friends, who could provide you some useful feedback about your writing. And then also know yourself. Know what motivates you, know what demotivates you, and how you could work most effectively. Professor Ayers has mentioned this earlier. My key take home here is to ask questions to your supervisors. They are there for a particular reason, but do not compare yourself with others if they have published more or they are working well, because everyone has a different starting point. They may have a support. And sometimes if you're single and you have nothing to do after 5 o'clock and you go and then write your paper, then you're likely to produce more paper. But for other people, when they go home, they have to take care of their families. They have to prepare something for dinner. So it's a very different starting point at a different pacing. So do not try to compare yourself with other people with different situations. So ask help when you need it and find a really good mentor. And if you want to know more, you could just go for further readings of some of these references. And I'm going to end with this quote or statement that you should not wait for an inspiration. Start writing whenever you can and when you can, because I really think that everyone can write. And I think that you just need to really motivate yourself, that even a deadline could be an inspiration for writing. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer your question as I can. If not, then you could just send me an email and I could probably discuss more of that. Thank you very much. And I'm really glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Mark Balendres from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Thank you so much for sharing with us your presentation. It's actually enlightening in such a way that you somehow demystified publishing an article, because I know a lot of us scholars here, we have a lot of researches, but we don't know how to submit, or we don't know how to somehow strategize our writing into something that is more acceptable to the reviewers and also to the journals that we want to submit it to, especially sa sciences scholars natin who are here. So while we're waiting for a question, sir, I have a question because this thing about predatory journals was really a hot topic maybe a few years ago before the pandemic. Have you had any experiences with these predatory journals, and how did you deal with them?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ika, for the very kind words a while ago. And the question is very interesting. In fact, it revolves around all of us in the academe. I've never had any experience because I had a really good training when I did my PhD in Australia. So I started off with a really good mentor, and it was in a lab where we really do not support this kind of publishing. So when I went back to the Philippines, it was the same thing that I brought to my group, to our lab, that we should also avoid this one. So I cannot make any example because I haven't done any publishing in this work. But I do have instances where I have been solicited with various emails. I did not show the examples I should have in the presentation, but because of the time constraints, I did not included that. But there are several cases where I have been invited to write a paper or submit a paper to these journals, but I just really ignore them. I don't reply to them. I just use them as an example to my fellow researchers that they should try to avoid this type of very, very persuasive and very eager, manipulative way of you sending your papers to them. So remember that you put hard work on this paper and time, and then you just submit it to a journal that is potential predatory. So you can't use that again to republish it because you've already published that already, and the system and cross-reference could pick it up as a self-plagiarism later on. So pick the right journal, ask colleagues if you're not very sure, or ask your professor if this journal is trustworthy or can be trusted if you want to submit those papers in them.
Thank you, sir, for answering that question. We actually have an inquiry, but
Mhm.
more specifically about your presentation,
Mhm.
because a lot of them found it very useful, especially those, I guess, specific and practical tips and resources that you have shared. They're asking if you would be willing to share with them your presentation.
Yes, definitely, Ika. Actually, it's everywhere in the social media already because I used to do some graphical presentations of this, so it has been shared already. But I can still send this to Sir Mark Vincent, and if anyone is interested, you might just contact Sir Mark instead of me, because I'm sure you have Sir Mark's email than mine. But just in case, I can always be contacted through my email, which is I'm gonna type it here. Email address. Yes. So you could just send me an email, or you could just ask Sir Mark Vincent for a copy of his presentation.
Okay, sir, we have some questions here. First, will you recommend that there must be a pool of mentors in the research department to help the researchers?
Mhm. That's a very good question, but this is a question from an administrative perspective. In my experience, it's really not a formal mentoring. It's well, PhD is a formal mentoring, but mentoring is really about from the side of the mentee, where they really are eager to learn from someone who is teaching, who doesn't have to be a real teacher. So mentoring is really getting a gist about how does that person does this work or does this particular aspect. So you can still have what we call peer-to-peer review or peer-to-peer mentoring. You could have this pool of mentors, but I think the most important aspect of mentoring is that the mentor must have a qualification and an experience that the mentee could see that this is worth emulating. What I'm seeing in some areas or at some universities perhaps is that the mentors who are teaching people how to publish doesn't have any publication at all. So in that way, there's a lack of confidence from the part of the mentor to teach them because they haven't shown that they can publish. And from the side of the mentee, there's this kind of doubt whether the mentor can actually mentor them. So I guess you don't have to be mentored by someone physically as well. You can ask questions from corresponding authors. You can read papers from really good papers. You can read those articles from really good papers or journals and copy the way, not copy the content, but copy the way they present their work. So you don't have to have an alive mentor, but rather the experience of self, the experience itself of learning on your own is a mentorship in a way from people who are writing those paper who are writing those guidebooks. So a good example is Robert Day. I've never met Robert Day, and I hope I could meet him in the future and thank him for the contributions that he has to me. But I've read his book, and I've still used Robert Day's book about writing publications and writing papers for scientific publications. So you can always refer to this really good book. If it works for you, then good. If it doesn't, then find another one. So keep looking for mentors or papers as your guides. Don't stop with mentors who will be always there for you. The real mentorship is not like that. There should be an independence as well. Mentorship is just guiding you if you're going through a particular path, but not necessarily spoon feeding you with everything. So I guess it's good to have a pool of mentors, but look for qualified mentors and don't spoon feed or provide everything to the student or mentee. Let them discover or let them explore, and then guide them whether they're trying to explore in the right direction. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you, sir. I think you also already somehow answered the question on how you deal with rejection from journals. And were they published eventually?
Yeah. Yes. The papers we have are some of the papers were rejected by a particular journal for some reason, and we used to just modify the papers depending on as suggested by the reviewers. So we don't keep our papers in a gray literature. We always publish them. So if it gets rejected by 2 journals, then we find a different journal where we could publish our paper. So the comments or the views of the reviewer doesn't have to be the reviews or the comments of every reviewer of every journal. So that's a separate thing. So even if we publish our paper in high impact factor journals, there are people who are never going to be happy about our publication. So why bother to keep yourself in the mood of putting that particular reviewer's comment as a heartache or something that you would carry on as you sleep? So move on. If it gets rejected, move on. If it was rejected by an expert, good, because it wasn't good. So the expert says it wasn't good. So move on. And improve your paper, do additional research if you must. But if it's from if it's a comment from a non-expert, then still move on. It simply means that it wasn't good enough to be considered as a comment because it was from a non-expert. So if you're rejected, just move on, find a different journal.
Thank you, sir. And I think this will be a good discussion for our last question. While Bale's list of predatory journals is helpful to spot the blacklist, however, some legitimate ones are also listed in it, or some whitelists are also predatory. How do we address this and ensure that the journal that the faculty members are eyeing for publication is good?
Okay, that's a very good thing to raise as well. Not everything that is probably included in the predatory list by Beales are considered to be legitimate predatory lists. That is why you should still visit the website of these papers, of these journals and publishers. And also, as I've mentioned earlier, it's not those lists that tells you that it's predatory. It's you who is reading particular factors to consider as a predatory. So you cannot blame Bale's list if you say that it's predatory or not. You still have to check the characteristics of these journals, the salient characteristics. And of course, if you're willing to pay, then go ahead. But if you're not, then still, even if it's not predatory, but you're not willing to pay, then you should not publish or send your manuscripts there. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a decision that you have to make for yourself, not of Jason Beales. So I guess Sir Florante will be expanding more of that later on. I hope I could attend that because I think I'm going to learn more about that. So again, at the end of the day, it's going to be your decision. So if you're going to submit, or my rule for papers is that, or when submitting my paper in journals, is that I'm never going to submit anything that is included in the Beales list, and I'm going to submit it in the top 20% journals of my field. So if you already know your field, then you should also know the top 10 or top 20% journals of your field, and focus on making a quality work that could be publishable on those fields. You don't have to send it to a lot of journals so that you have 34 papers and you also have 34 different journals. It's not like that. You're publishing it because you want people to read and to know what your research is all about and what impact your research has in contributing to probably sustainable development goals or removing poverty in those particular lists. So again, you need to know, why are you publishing this? If you're just publishing this to have incentives and promotion, it's really up to you, but just have to make sure that you do quality checks. And I think Sir Florante will be expanding more of that later on. So I must apologize to Sir Florante that I might have discussed some of the aspect that he is going to discuss later on. So I've just read the program right now, and I feel bad and awkward that I might have discussed some of the presentation. So I really apologize to Sir Florante, but thanks very much everyone for your attention with that particular aspect.
We have last question, sir. Hello, Prof. Mark. It is given that universities and colleges have different research cultures, and some neophyte researchers consider it as a barrier to continue their studies. How do you think can we reconcile this issue?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, that every person is different. They have a very different starting point. If you started with a good mentor, you're likely to gain more experience in the future, and you're likely to know how you're going to gauge where to go next. This is a question I couldn't really answer from a general point of view, because I can only answer this from my experience. And I think as a neophyte, if you started with your thesis and then you have a really good start with your thesis and you ended up publishing it, but then after that, you didn't find any laboratory or a research group where you could continue your research, then it's up to you to decide whether are you going to really pursue research, or you find a job that could feed you and your family. So at the end of the day, you need to know your purpose. You need to know your why after you finish your graduation, and perhaps before you graduate, you already know what you're going to do, and you need to find some help and supports perhaps, or some opportunities that you could apply. So in my case, I really wanted to pursue research and advanced degree outside of the country to feel a new culture and know other ways of doing research. But I can't do that in the last 4 years after I graduate. So I have to find a job because I need to have money. So I still work in a research, but it wasn't the research that I really wanted to do, and also the degree I wanted to get. So I've been jumping from one research group to another. But at the end of the day, after 4 years, I was applying for scholarship in the last 4 years when I was still working. And after 4 years, I finally found the university where I wanted to do my PhD. So again, it's a decision that you make, whether you need to find a job so you could feed yourself and your family, or you need to find some research. But again, you're lucky if you're doing research at the same time being paid for that doing research. So again, it's a case-to-case scenario, and my experience is different from the experiences of other people. That's why our pacing is very different. So you have to consider that. But as long as you're very committed, you have that sense of, I want to do this. I really wanted to explore this. So try to find potential mentors, potential supervisor, potential research head labs, or anywhere you wish you would consider yourself to be there in the next 2 to 3 years. So if you're second year or third year, then you have time to prepare yourself. You do good in your studies and your research, so that your supervisor that you wish to be with in the future could see that this person has a talent. You might not be the best one, but you're very innovative, resourceful, and very trustworthy, and that could be considered. So hard work and work ethics are important as well, other than your laude cum laude or magna cum laude, because a lot of this really, this genius without an ideal environment would become problematic. So an ideal environment and a good mentor are very critical in molding you as a good researcher, not just a researcher, but an ethical, good, and researcher who values ethics and proper way of doing research. I think I'm too long with my explanation, but I hope I covered the answer to that questions.
Yes, sir. I think that is more than enough. And I know our attendees and our participants may have other questions. So again, you may email Sir Mark. He left his email address in the chat box. And once again, sir, thank you so much for your presentation. Let me now call on Professor Judith Batin to present the certificate.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Professor Abelandres, for the insightful and detailed presentation. Okay, at this juncture, allow me to read the citation of the Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker, University of Makati University Research Center, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Mark Angelo O. Balendres for the invaluable knowledge imparted as a resource speaker during the 4th Research Congress, Future Proof and Reset of Higher Education, conducted on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom webinar platform. Given this 20th day of October 2021, signed Florante de los Santos, RGC, Director, University Research Center, Ederson de los Trino Tapia, Vice President for Planning and Research. So a virtual applause for Sir Balendres. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. And congratulations to the University of Makati on your 4th Research Congress. This is a milestone, so thank you very much.
Okay. So now our last but not the least speaker for the morning session, okay, our next speaker completed her degree in BS in Industrial Engineering at the Adamson University. Driven by her passion for higher education, she took up her MS in Information Management at the Ateneo de Manila University with her thesis entitled Geographic Information System for Local Government. In 2013, she earned her doctorate degree in Urban and Regional Planning at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. While pursuing her PhD, she likewise successfully obtained her licensure as Certified Environmental Planner in 2011. She started her professional career as an industrial engineer in a company engaged in the manufacture and export of rattan furniture. In her pursuit of self-development and career growth, she landed a job in a government service where she continuously promoted from ranks. She is currently the department head of the City Urban Development Department of the City Government of Makati. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Engineer Merlina G. Panganiban. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction, Dr. Judith Batin. Appreciate it very much. Can you hear me properly?
Yes po.
Okay. May I share my screen, please?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'm sharing it now. And okay. So thank you very much. I think President OIC President right now is not in the Zoom meeting, but let me extend my gratitude to Dr. Alexor Ramos, as well as Dr. Ederson Tapia and Director De Los Santos for inviting the City Government of Makati to share with you the city's research direction. The objective of the presentation is to provide an overview of the research direction of the City Government of Makati, which employees, as well as students or researchers, can consider in doing their research. The presentation is composed of 8 parts. The Makati City profile will provide an overview of the current setting and socioeconomic status of the city. It will be followed by the research policy of the city government, prospective research policy areas in Makati City, and sources of research topics. Also, a rundown of the suggested research topics per policy area will be discussed in relation to the Research Assistance Program of the City Government of Makati and the role of Urban Development Department, or UDD, in the said Research Assistance Program. The final part is a presentation. It's just a summary of the UMAC researchers that we have already reviewed and recommended for for financial assistance. Makati is located in the heart of Metro Manila. It is one of the cities of Metro Manila, or the National Capital Region. Technically, the city is located within the quadrangle of 14 degrees, 33 minutes, 1 second latitude north, and 120 degrees, 1 minute, 1 second longitude east. It has a total land area of 27.36 square kilometers. It is composed of 2 congressional districts, further subdivided into 33 barangays. 20 barangays that is colored blue in the map, consisting of 20 barangays in District 1 and 13 barangays in District 2, colored red in the map, as you can see in the screen. District 1 is predominantly commercial, while District 2 is mostly residential. Based on 2020 census, Makati's nighttime population is almost 630,000, resulting to a nighttime population density of 23,012 persons per square kilometers. Daytime population, however, is estimated at a minimum of 3.2 million to a maximum of 4.2 million because of many transients who work, do business, or shop, and more than 1 billion people passing through the city. The daytime population is almost 8 times the nighttime population. At any time of the day, there are a minimum of 116,953 persons per square kilometer and a maximum of 150,509 persons per square kilometer in the city. Makati's population is growing at a slower pace of 1.75% from 2010 to 2020. In terms of population by gender, there are more female than male in the city. That is, for every 8 males, there are 10 females. So the current trend of movies now, such as The Mistress, The Secret Affair, and The Temptation of the Housewife, has a statistical basis. Sabi nga natin, more women are willing to share their men. That is based on statistics, but not in the case of powerful women of Makati. Sionlo, the mayor, the vice mayor, and most of the department heads in the city government are all women, and that includes me, and we're not willing to share our men if we have. Okay, so as well, furthermore, the population is dominated by young working population between the ages of 20 to 29 years old. So as you can see in the graph, working population is dominate more in Makati. So young, very young yung population natin, and yung seniors ay konti na lang po sila, na unti-unti na po. Kung makikita nyo, tapering po sa upper part of the graph. Makati is the financial business. Makati is the financial business and business capital of the Philippines. Most of the country's top corporations, banking, and other financial institutions, business process outsourcing composed of 50% of Metro Manila. International organizations, embassies, among others, are located in the city. Makati's economy is composed of services, which is 35% or more than 1/3 of the total city economy. Wholesale and retail, 27%. Real estate, 15%. Convenience stores, 10%. Banking and finance, 6%. Export and import, 5%. And the remaining 2% is for other economic activities. Makati is one of the densest city in the Philippines in terms of buildings, equivalent to 19 structures per hectare, as you can see in the map also in the screen. Today, it has a total of 51,367 structures spread in the Makati area, with height ranging from 10 meters to 280 meters. The tall buildings are usually located in the CBD, Central Business District. This is the city's vision. It outlines what city would like to ultimately achieve, and all the efforts of Makati city governments, departments, and offices and barangays should be anchored to this vision. For emphasis, I would like to read the vision as stated in the screen. Makati shall lead the Philippines in the 21st century. Its global and national enterprises leading the creation of a new, responsible, and sustainable economy. Its citizens productive, empowered, and God-loving. While the mission is the Makati City government will be the model for world-class local governance, providing for the well-being of citizens through delivery of the highest level of basic social and economic services with breakthrough technologies, sustainable financing, and confident, responsible, and professional servants. So that's the vision and mission of Makati. For the city government's organizational structure, we have 49 departments and offices, which is divided into 7 sectors, as you can see in the screen. The administrative services, colored red. Economic development services, colored orange. In maroon, environmental management. Finance management, yellow. Infrastructure development in green, protective services, purple, and social development, blue. Our social development sector is subdivided into three, namely education, culture and the arts, where UMAC is included, health and social welfare. All included also in the 49 departments and offices are the 5 national government agencies such as DILG or the Department of Interior and Local Government, DepEd Makati, Makati City Jail, Makati Fire, and Makati Police Department. Research is almost always integrated in every institutional undertaking of the city government of Makati. Hence, the city government of Makati encourages departments and offices to have the research and planning unit. It's good to note that right now, most of the city's departments and offices have already established it, and the UMAC University Research Centers is a very good example. Furthermore, the research policy of the city government was institutionalized by way of its integration to the city's comprehensive development plan, where a number of programs or research and development were included and highlighted. One of the most crucial initiatives in advancing the policy in research is the early efforts of the city government's legislation of City Ordinance number 96-24, or the Financial Assistance Program to University of Makati's personnel for their dissertations or thesis. There are 5 prospective development sectors, research policy areas in the city government of Makati. First is social development, which encompasses education, culture and arts, health, social welfare, and protective services. Second is economic development, underscoring employment, local economic enterprises, cooperative development, and local and international relations. While utilities, that includes power, water, telecommunications, and transportation network and public buildings falls under the infrastructure development. Fourth is environmental management, which includes highlighting concerns on solid waste, hazard waste, air quality, water quality, and urban greening. Lastly, institutional development, which focuses on organization and management, fiscal management, legislative services, and people's participations, specifically LGU or the local government unit, non-government organization, and people's organization linkages. If you're pursuing a research and considering Makati City as your research area, you may look also at these 3 main research consideration or sources of research topics in the city government. Namely, 1, development agenda of Makati city government. 2nd, policy direction of the city mayor. And 3, negative urban development externalities. Let me explain to you these one by one. So our first source of research topics may be based on the development agenda of the city, which include the CLUP, CDP, and other mandated plans. The Makati City Comprehensive Land Use Plan, or CLUP, is a document embodying specific proposals for guiding and regulating the physical growth and or development of the city. It is a long-term plan, usually 10 years in minimum. It is a tool for managing land and natural resources at not the local level or within the jurisdiction of the city. Another important document is the Comprehensive Development Plan, or the CDP, pertains to the multi-sectoral plan, which embodies the vision, sectoral goals, objectives, development strategies, and policies within the term of the local government or unit officials. And this is considered as a medium-term development plan. And the other mandated plans are the other documents required by law to be prepared by local government units to address sectoral concerns. Although the Local Government Code of 1991 mentioned only the 2 major plans, the comprehensive land use plan and the comprehensive development plan, but there are other sectoral plans that are required by by other agencies to be prepared by the local government units. And right now, whether you believe it or not, we are required to prepare and submit, in addition to the two major plans, 33 plans. So just imagine how many plans we have to prepare. That would be 33 plus 2, that would be 35. And now we are also required to prepare an additional plan, the devolution transition plans. So we have now 36 plans to prepare. Okay. To realize the city's vision, research topics recommended from the CLUP should be based on the overall development goals. So we are recommending research topics from the CLUP, such as international recognition as a global center for business finance, knowledge KPO, MICE tourism, creative economy, and model for good governance, safe, secure, and livable environment, innovative infrastructure, imageable city, and housing for all. On the other hand, the CDP recommends that research topics should be based on local governments and fiscal sustainability, public-private partnership, digital or smart city, policy, climate for investment and business, greener environment, connectivity and mobility of people, goods and services, among others. For the other mandated plans, as mentioned a while ago, that there are right now 36 mandated plans, the recommended research should focus on children's protection, culture, disaster reduction, and risk management, climate change adaptation, gender and development, tourism, solid waste management, local shelter, among others. Marami po yan. There are more. Okay? Please visit the Makati portal, www.makati.gov.ph, if you like to have a copy of these documents. They are all available in the portal. For the second source of research topics, the policy directions laid down by our mayor upon her assumption of office in 2016. This 10th priority agenda serves as the guiding principles in the implementation of programs, projects, and activities during her term, and includes the following: access to basic services, which means increased access of poor families to basic services in partnership with private and business sector, access to quality education, continue to provide quality education accessible to all, employment opportunity, which means promote full employment and equality of employment opportunities for all residents of Makati. Fourth, access to quality health services, making quality health care accessible to every Makati citizen with the participation of the private sector. Provide safe and quick transportation, make sure or ensure that people can safely and quickly travel to, from, and around Makati City. Affordable and decent housing, make available affordable and decent shelter to underprivileged and homeless families, and improve the ease of doing business in Makati City, and as well as streamline fiscal incentives. Ensure excellence in delivering quality public service, increase public investment in infrastructure development, and encourage more private sector participation in the development and establishment of state-of-the-art infrastructure within the city. And make every Makatizen home and community safe and secure, including businesses in Makati. The third source of research topic is the negative urban development externalities. Urbanization is considered as the engine of growth and development. The increasing complexity of urbanization seems to create additional desirable or undesirable impacts. Urbanization seems to create additional desirable Urbanization brings higher productivity because of its possible externalities on economics of scales. However, rapid urbanization often leads to negative externalities, and these are the need to address traffic congestion, need to provide more green and open spaces, the need to improve cities' aesthetic conditions, the need to promote walkability, the need to mitigate the impact of natural disasters, and the need to provide affordable housing facilities. So these are the identified negative externalities present in the city of Makati. These are very interesting topics if you want to pursue research related to urban development issues and concerns. The Urban Development Department, as a planning arm of the city, developed a list of topics that are both beneficial to the city government and the academe and the society. As mentioned earlier, the prospective research should be aligned with the development policy areas. The first one, which is institutional development. Research topics may focus on employees turnover from public-private sector, maybe from public to private sector. This is happening recently or for many years right now. This is happening. They are transferring from public to private sector, perhaps because of greener pasture. I don't know, maybe that's why we need more in-depth analysis of this topic and study on data banking and archiving in the public sector, evaluative study of the procurement system of the LGUs, big data, offsite data backup, as well as emerging models on local government, among others. There are listed in the screen, as you can see. So among others, and the latest right now is the equity improvement opportunities, as well as research and innovative financing, as well as risk financing, because of what is happening right now, because of disaster that is being experienced by many of us, but by most of us. Under economic development sector, research is expected to focus on renters' housing condition, employment of students, incentive codes or incentives facilities, economic impact of emerging infectious diseases such as COVID-19, consumer protection in other online transaction, and the study of local economic development, as well as GDP, gross domestic product, as well as other indices in economic development. Under the area of environmental management, the city's government suggested to study the barangay environmental rehabilitation, conversion of major intersection to public park, emergency efficiency and conservation, the environmental impact on infectious diseases, the urban resiliency under the new normal, and the urban heat island effect. Some recommendations for infrastructure development includes the study on green design in our public facilities and green infrastructure for healthcare infrastructure. We also need to look at the challenges of limited space for expanding infrastructure needs, the role of utility infrastructure, the impact of social infrastructure, and the critical role of infrastructure in making a resilient city. For social development, the need to study urban tourism, the promotion of cities' history and regular school activities, the pros and cons of homeschooling as part of new normal, and how parents are ready to be teachers in the distance learning. It is also recommended to study the coronavirus anxiety, the correlation of mortality and morbidity with the environmental and physical character of the area. Moreover, for the social services of the city, we recommend the research on the culture of gangs and cliques by millennial and the role of social media in bullying. The study of poverty and vulnerability situation in Makati, as well as the effectiveness of the 4Ps program of the national government, is also recommended. The research on human rights, online sexual abuse, and exploitation are also critical concerns that need to be addressed. Additional topics under social sector is the effectiveness of Solo Parent Act, the Self-Employment Assistance or Kaunlaran CAK implementation. We should also look into the increasing early pregnancy and teenage parenting. The reasons can be family negligence, peer influence, and others, and what proper guidance and support they need. All this can be determined in a thorough study. The social inclusion of PWDs or persons with disabilities and their families should also be recommended for future research of the university. The housing situation is also one of the recommendations in order to determine how far the city's housing program in providing shelter and better life to Makaticen's informal settler families. We have right now 2 relocation sites or housing sites for the outside Makati, that is in San Jose del Monte, and the other one is in Calauan, Calamba. And we have 2 housing facilities inside Makati, the Makati Housing 1 and 2 located in Tejeros as well as in Pembo. So there's a need, if there's a need to study this or evaluate this, if these are beneficial or they are really that if the answer or they are benefiting the right beneficiaries in the social or in the housing program of Makati. For under the social development area is the protective services sector. As the city is gearing to be a digital and smart city, study on the building resilience and in digital government and smart is recommended. Other studies also include urban design for high crime areas, deterring cybercrime in an online world. A study towards a better community-based flood management plan, smart transportation, walkable Makati, establishment of bikeways, assessment of strategic locations of existing pedestrian crosswalks and traffic signals, improvement for accident-prone streets, and hiding of parking spaces from facades. For those who do not know yet, the City Ordinance number 96-224 provides financial assistance to the University of Makati personnel for their dissertations and thesis. In October 2017, the University Research Committee was created to facilitate funding of research and paper presentation on the financial grant for thesis dissertations of UMAC employees. Through Board's resolution number 2014-165, the financial grant of 25,000 has been increased into 50,000 pesos. This program mandates the UDD to review dissertations for approval in fulfillment of the financial assistance criteria. Our department also ensures that all theses, dissertations applied for financial assistance are beneficial to the community and government and anchored to the city's development agenda. UMAC personnel who want to avail to the said assistance are recommended to consider the list of possible topics presented previously, and we have discussed, we have presented the possible research areas. From the start of the program, UDD has reviewed 27 thesis and dissertation, and almost all were recommended, or 25 were recommended for approval and 2 for disapproval for financial assistance. Of the total recommended thesis dissertations, majority were categorized under the education policy area. Precisely, most of the authors were enrolled in masteral or doctoral degree under the College of Education. The remaining, economic development, 12%, and social welfare, 21%. Before I end, I would like to leave this quote from Albert Szent-Györgyi. He was a Hungarian pharmacologist known for his work on vitamins and oxidation. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1937. He said that research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. So with that, thank you, and have a good day, and hope this presentation will help you in selecting topics for your research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Merlina. I think we have a question here. Need po ba na Makati City Hall and other affiliated offices employees ang qualified to do research for possible financial assistance? Or are we open to maybe partnerships or research from individuals outside of Makati?
Meron actually, depende po sa sa research na gagawin. Actually, we have hired previously we have hired research companies to do surveys, to do other researches needed by the city.
Okay po. Another question siguro in connection to that po is, what if individuals or researchers from outside Makati already have a working topic and they would like to ask permission from the city government of Makati to use Makati as maybe their source of data? Paano po sila pwedeng mag-request for data or for sampling in our area?
Actually, there are many groups or students from other schools outside Makati, and they just write to the mayor, and then the mayor would forward that to the departments concerned, and the department concerned would evaluate the necessity of the research, or if they can share the data that were being asked from them.
Okay po. Sorry po for the problem with the audio. Do we have any other questions from the attendees?
Meron niya to sa chat, pero
So far, wala po. More on the
Nabasa.
audio lang po. Yes po, we have a raised hand. Yes po, you may speak po.
Yeah, thank you very much to Engineer Merlina. I think this dovetails with what Dr. Ramos said earlier about the convergence and interplay between the university and the city government. Now, we've long been arguing that there's really a need for us to work together. And I think the presence of Engineer Panganiban, Dr. Panganiban, is a testament to the fact that the city and the university has really been working together. No, one thing that we want to change in the next few months or years is really more active research projects, collaborative work, and that our researches in the university would be utilized by the city of Makati. No, so I just would like to take this opportunity to thank Engineer Panganiban. I know she's a very busy person, but she took the time to be with us. Thank you very much, Marlena.
welcome po, Doc. We are looking forward to more productive researchers with the university. Actually, we've been hoping for this for the many years now, since you are the only university in the city, owned by the city. And we would, sabi nga namin palagi, sana yung mga researchers sa Makati, sa inyo na namin pinapartner para mas madali at mas maganda. So we can collaborate more on that later, siguro in the future or in the next ASAP. Marami po tayong na-identify na kailangang i-research. Actually, nakita nyo kanina yung presentations, napakarami nating iniisip na dapat magawa. But then, due to lack of personnel din sa amin, lack of enough resources, hindi namin magawa po lahat.
Another question po, Engineer. I am a barangay employee, MPA grad, and if I wish to write a paper on the proposed topic listed, am I qualified?
Wala naman po kaming inilagay na qualifications. Ang inilagay po namin dyan ay yung sa employees of UMAC. Yung qualified lang siya to avail of the financial assistance from the city. Kung barangay employee kayo pero graduate na kayo, pero if you wish to write a paper pero hindi naman kayo po kukuha ng financial grant, pwede naman po. Ang inano lang po namin, yung financial grant po should be UMAC employees. Yun po yung nasa ordinance po kasi ngayon.
Okay
So,
po.
yeah.
Another question po, does the city government collaborate or partner with other government research agencies such as DOST as far as funding and research and development support are concerned?
Previously, we have some researchers in collaboration with other government agencies, but not with DOST. We have with TAP, with UP, UP, as well as other government, but I can't remember with DOST, but we are starting right now with DOST, with the research RRDIC. They call it RRDIC. So yun po.
Thank you, Engineer Merlina. I think that's it for the questions. May I please call on Professor Judith Batin
Okay,
to award to you the certificate?
Thank you, Ma'am Ika. So thank you, Engineer Panganiban, for the very comprehensive presentation on the research direction of our city government. At this juncture, allow me to read the citation of the Certificate of Appreciation. University of Makati, University of Research Center, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Merlina G. Panganiban for the invaluable knowledge imparted as resource speaker during the 4th Research Congress, Future Proof and Reset of Higher Education, conducted on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom webinar platform, given this 20th day of October 2021, signed Florante de los Santos, RGC, Director, University Research Center, Ederson de los Trino Tapia, Vice President for Planning and Research. Once again, thank you so much, Engineer Panganiban. A virtual applause for Engineer Panganiban. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you din po.
Thank you to all of our speakers for this morning. We will now be proceeding to our lunch break. Please make sure to be back online by 1:35 p.m. Okay, so 1:35 p.m. for the resumption of UMAC's 4th University Research Congress, Day 1. So once again, good morning and also good afternoon. Have a great lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
Sir,
Feedback
excuse
po,
me.
135. Yes.
Sir Tapia, hello po. Pwede po magtanong?
Yes.
Saan po namin makukuha yung kopya ng record, sir? Ang ganda-ganda kasi ng presentation.
We'll ask the search director.
Nirequest na po namin. So we will forward it to you po.
Thank you po, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you. Feedback po, 135. Thank you. You don't need to leave naman po the Zoom.
such as institutional development, economic development, environmental development, infrastructure development, and social development. And she ended by quoting Albert Cizent Giorgi. She said, and I quote, "Research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought." And that what has transpired during the morning session. And thank you, Ma'am Aika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Henry Magat, for discussing the highlights of this morning session. So to continue with our program, let me call on Dr. Judith Batin to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Ma'am Aika. Good afternoon. Our first speaker for this afternoon session is our very own University of Makati Research Center Director. He's a graduate Bachelor of Arts in Classical Philosophy at the Immaculate Conception Seminary. He finished his Master of Arts in Education, major in Guidance and Counseling at the University of Makati. He's a registered guidance counselor and a licensed professional teacher. He's a member of the Philippine National Philosophical Research Society, the Reading Association of the Philippines, and the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. He has served as editor in Vita, the philosophy journal of Immaculate Conception Seminary, and as a literary and feature editor of Internos, the official student publication of the UST Faculty of Sacred Theology. His research articles include Student Services and Development, Wittgenstein's Language Theory, and Current Issues and Philosophy, specifically on Wojtyla's theory of participation. Also, he is a certified peer reviewer by Publons Academy, Web of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Director Florante Estadilla de los Santos. Sir.
Sir, I think you're on mute.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dr. Judith and Sir Henry Magat. Allow me to share my screen. Wait, there. Okay, I will have you for roughly 30 minutes. So let me know, Carl and Mark, if my time tries to come up. Okay. Earlier, Dr. Mark Balendres said that he might be tackling a topic that I will be discussing, which is about finding the right journal for you. No? But to be fair with him, it was actually complementing my presentation. No? But after receiving the PowerPoint of Sir Mark Balendres, so I tried to shift the focus of my presentation, but of course I will still be tackling finding the right journal for you. Okay, so future proof and research and reset of research at UMac. So 3 main points. What is the research situation at UMac? 2, why should you care? And 3, how do we future-proof and reset research at University of Makati? Okay, our research situation. Now, we may be a baby in the area of research, but we are taking the right steps. The steps may be slow, gradual, but it is the right pace, and I think we are in the right direction. And we have all the tools that we need, no? Our own intelligence, our own common sense, our own academic preparation, and the availability of mentors around us, even at University of Makati and even outside the university. And of course, the help being extended to us by UMAC and also by the city government of Makati. Earlier, Engineer Panganiban told us about the financial grant assistance and their willingness also to help us whenever we would like to do our research. Okay, so we have all the tools that we need. We just have to use them wisely and in the right way. Now, you have here the figure of certification of papers being submitted by faculty from the entire university. So you have the blue ones. These are the certified published researches, and the orange ones are the action researches. For example, you have CCAPS. They have 25 faculty. That's the number of faculty, the numbers below in that college. So you have 4% published work. And then COAS, for example, they have 9% and then 3% published, and so on and so forth. That this is in the year 2020. Okay, so you have all this. You might ask, why is it that others do not have percentages? Because they have not submitted during that year. It doesn't mean that they don't have research outputs, but it only shows you this figure, this data only tells you that these are the faculty that submitted their papers asking for us to certify them either as published or action research, because that is what is needed in order for the faculty member to be promoted or to be regularized. So this is in the year 2020, and then we have the year 2021. Okay, so you have here 2021. Let us go to the summary of both years, 2020 and 2021. So you have CCAPS 32% published, COAS 9%, 10% CAL, CBFS 5, CCS 8, and so on and so forth. Now there are parameters by which we determine whether we have to appreciate a particular paper as published or as an action research. Yeah, and these parameters include the peer reviewers. Because admittedly, I don't have the monopoly of knowledge, and my knowledge about research or other fields of discipline is just little. Okay, so I seek help from people. Internally, we have, for example, these people can always be counted on whenever I needed people to evaluate papers. So I thank them. This talk is also a way for me to thank all these peer reviewers. So I will name them one by one: Engineer Doc Ivan Moro, Sir Ray Medinilla, Judith Batin, Henry Magat, Mateo Macalaki, Karen Gil Ibanez, Eldebrando Caday, Diana Ross Gamil. And I also have some peer reviewers from the outside. So I have Sir Leo Andrew Biclar from Capiz State University, the research director of that State U. I have Alfredo O'Malley from Ohio, USA. He said he cannot attend the Congress because it's early morning right now in Ohio, around 1:30 in the morning. And of course, I have St. Paul University, Leandro Estadilla, and Carlo, one of our speakers later on, who is now based in Spain, but used to be a professor in UST and in Ateneo. And then you have Elmerando Mores from the CSB, the LSU. You also have Juanito Bautista, Mapua University. Earlier, I saw his name participating in our Congress. Thank you, Sir Bautista. Sir Juan Jeffrey Consignado from Letran, and the others, because I to be honest with you, I invited a lot of people from other universities, and they actually registered and attended some of the talks earlier in the morning and tomorrow as well, no? And some of them are from Bulacan State University, from Ateneo, from La Salle. I also have from Mapua, from Lyceum, and all these people. I want to thank all of you, no? Now you might ask, can you be a peer reviewer as well? Yes, you may be a peer reviewer, no? Of course, my priority are those who are also certified by the Web of Science, no? Okay. But if you're not, your experience as a peer reviewer will also count a lot, no? So if you have the heart to evaluate papers and you have a concern to help the proponents to improve their work, then you're most welcome in the University Research Center. Okay, next. Now, from among those papers that I have showed you, the data I have shown you earlier, the most common mistakes in the year 2021, one, errors in grammar and spelling. Paper is poorly written, so there's a need for a lot of copy editing. The APA formatting is not followed, the table, because as you well know, the journal, our university, Universitas, and also our university would follow the APA 7th edition of in formatting, no? In documentation. That is why our center came up with the primer for the APA 7th edition, and I have provided all the colleges with a copy of that because it's like a summary of the long book on APA 7th edition, so that the faculty who are working on their paper can easily follow the formatting. No? Of course, you can also make use of the Zotero app mentioned by Sir Eos Trinidad. No? But my problem with that, I don't know if they have already addressed it, is it's only 6th edition. No? I do not know if they have updated it. Somebody from here can tell me if it has been updated to 7th edition. No? Anyway, but that will still be helpful.
Now.
Okay. Yeah. And then number 3, unclear research purpose, did not use the standard instrument. The flow is not logical, published in a hijack journal. Okay. What do you mean by a hijack journal? No? Okay, so for example, this one, the hijacker or the predatory journal, can you see that? Yeah. So you have engineering and management, and then the authentic journal is engineering and management, no? But it is already inactive because it was hijacked. So they only change the and. So it is using ampersand instead of is it being seen? No. Okay, sorry. I thought
Sir,
it is.
the
Okay.
screen is not showing the website.
All right. Okay. This one. I'm sorry. Yes. So this one, I'm sorry. I'm not very good in technology. Anyhow, later we will have to go back. So you have the hijacker, engineering and management. The authentic one is engineering and management. So ampersand lang yung binago, no? Can you see that? It's still the same, but it's only is making use of the ampersand, no? But if you will go to the journal itself, you will find out that there are a lot of comments on it telling you that, you know, it's not authentic, things like that, no? Anyway, later on, I will show you how to spot the right journal. Okay, continue. Let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you. All right, so, and then number 7, proceedings from a research conference. Unfortunately, guys, we cannot consider proceedings from conferences, whether international or national, as equivalent to a published work, even if they have ISSN. Okay, it has to be um, an academic journal, and and then you have problems in methodology. Next. In 2020, these are some of the problems. Again, hijacked journal, website not authentic, did not follow guidelines, APA, paper poorly written, so English, rejected due to plagiarism, basically getting from 4 books, no? One from a blog, another from an article, 2 from a book, etc. It's a complete plagiarized work, okay? Number 5, papers submitted dealt only on sex, but some use the term gender, no? Unless the paper is studying about gender, then you can use the term gender, no? Anyway, you can visit that address to find that journal on reporting sex, gender, or both. Then 7, proceedings again. 8, technical terms have to be explained in layman's term. Conclusion and results do not answer the SOP. Title does not jive with the results. Okay. Now, number 2, we must go to number 2. We must care. Care not only for UMAC, but care for ourselves. No? Gone are the days when we are only teachers. As academicians, we are not only teachers, but we are supposedly researchers. Because that is how we thrive. That is how we make ourselves relevant, no? And of course, we do research not just for promotion, although for some it is just that, but it should be more than that. It is for us to develop professionally and for us to survive in an age where there is so much disinformation, fake news, lies, and all these things. We in the academe are the ones that society may always count on, no? To tell society what really is the fact, what is the reality, and what is not. Okay? Yes. Now we go to the last part, what we need to do. The onus is on us. Okay? Of course, number 1, use Turnitin. Number 2, use the legit copy of SPSS. Maxda, know how to find the right journal. Know the predatory journals. Attend seminars and trainings. Read. Let us go to them one by one. Number 1, use Turnitin, SPSS, Maxda. No? Now, we have assigned the research coordinator per college so that all the papers of the undergrad students who are doing their papers or their thesis can easily be subjected to Turnitin, no? Of course, the URC will be the one to issue the certification, but now it is easier for the students. So after they pay the 200 or 250 pesos fee for the Turnitin and SPSS using Bayad Center, then they can go to their research coordinator in their college and then make use of Turnitin. No? Of course, I don't need to explain what Turnitin is, but that is what is being used by all universities. And even when you submit your paper to high impact journals internationally, they will require you, they will try to see what is the result of your similarity check, etc. They will ask for the certification of that. And then make use of the legit copy of SPSS. Do we have that? Yes, we do. So you just have to come to us, to the URC, and then request one of my assistants here to assist you to facilitate to be able to use the SPSS. Now, don't make use of the pirated one because we bought a what do you call it? Perennial license? Perpetual license, sorry. Perpetual license, no? So, and then MaxQDA, this is very useful, especially for qualitative research, because this is now the in thing, no? Even in the grad school, in doing your thesis in MA or in doctorate. Now they accept qualitative researches, no? Okay, so you make use of Max QDA, and I have requested this, and this will be available by next year. Okay, so that we, faculty from UMAC, can make use of this. I tell you, this will be very, very useful for all of us. It is user-friendly, and of course, we will conduct trainings on this, on how to use this application. Thank you. Now, number 2, how to find the right journal. As pointed out by Sir Balendres earlier, so you have journal finders like the ones on your screen: Elsevier, Springer, Journal, Jane, Scopus, Sources, Scimago, and then Taylor and Francis Journal Search. Bakit iba kulay ng Scimago? Because that is what we're going to use. No, that is what I will teach you how to use today. Okay, in a video, because I requested one of my assistants to come up with a video. I provided the script, and then so that it will be easily followed by the faculty members. And I will also request TBL to include it in the TBL Hub, so that when faculty would like to replay it, they can easily follow. Okay, and then you have, of course, you have the Bill's list, predatory journals. Okay, and then the Elsevier. Okay, so we will play first the using the Scimago Journal and Country Rank, SJR. Now, how do you make use of that? Using your computer, your Google. That's because this is the most effective search that I know. Okay, so will you please play it, Sir Mark and Carl?
Hi guys, my name is Carl from the University Research Center of the University of Makati. One of the hardest part in the process of publishing an article or paper is finding a reliable scientific journal. So today, I will help you on how to find a good scientific journal that is non-predatory. So first, open a browser, use a search engine, Google preferably, and type in SJR rankings. Click the first thing or the first link you'll see. So this will be our landing page. Now, what is SJR or Scimago Journal and Country Rank? So what it does, it measures the influence and impact of the scientific or scholarly journals. Scroll down, you'll see all the scientific journals that are ranked by SJR. Now, if you want to find a scientific journal that is related to your field or your profession, click this part, all subject areas, and pick something that is related to your profession or field. So we'll use engineering as our example. Okay, so as you scroll down, you'll be able to see all the scientific journals or all the scholarly journals that are related to engineering. Now, if you want to be more specific on what kind of engineering you want to find, just click all subject areas and pick what kind of engineering you want to find. So we'll use civil and structural engineering as our example. Again, scroll down and you'll be able to see all the scientific journals or scholarly journals that are related to civil and structural engineering. Now, if you want to find a specific journal that is published in a certain country or region, just click this part. So we'll use United States as our example. Click. Again, scroll down and you'll be able to see all the scientific and scholarly journals that are related to civil and structural engineering that are published in the United States of America or USA. You might be wondering what this Q1 is. So SJR uses a parameter that measures the influence or impact of these scholarly journals. Q1 being the highest and Q4 having the lowest impact or influence in its respective field. So now, let's use another example. Since we are part of an educational institution, we'll use education as our next example. So click this part again. Pick social sciences. Click all subject areas. And click education. So let's click all regions and countries so we'll be able to see all the scientific and scholarly journals that are published all over the world. Scroll down and you'll be able to see all the scientific and scholarly journals that are related to education. Okay, so now we'll go to Philippines. So as you can see, there is only one scientific journal right now in the Philippines that is related to education. And now, if you have, let's say that you have chosen or that you've already chosen a scientific journal, you're going to publish your article too. So click or pick or click the journal that you've already chosen. And now it's time for you to find more information or details regarding that specific scientific journal. Here, you'll be able to see which country it publishes from, the subject area and categories it covers, what publication type, its serial number, its coverage, and its other information like its homepage and how to publish in this journal. As you scroll down, you'll be able to see the scope of this scientific journal. And it's very important that you read the scope of this of every scientific journal that you're going to publish from. As you scroll down, you'll be able to see the various informations regarding this international journal, like the total documents it published throughout the years, and more information regarding the journal. A piece of advice: find a journal that publishes multiple times a year. A journal that has a high publication frequency accepts more paper to be published, and it'll be easier for you to publish in that specific journal. And also, double check the journal if it's predatory by visiting its homepage or websites. So there are various ways on how you can spot a predatory journal. First, always check the website thoroughly. Often, a telltale sign of a predatory journal is the mistakes in both spelling and grammar on their website. Poor use of language shows a low professional standard. The journal's fees should be clearly stated on the website and should only be requested from the author after the article has been accepted for publication. If a journal requests a submission fee before the article is accepted, this may be a predatory journal. Second, check the journal if it's a member of the Directory of Open Access Journal, Committee on Publication Ethics, Open Access to Scholarly Publishers Association, or International Association of Scientific, Technical, and Medical Publishers. Check their membership on the relevant websites. Check the journal's contact informations. It is important to ensure there is a verifiable contact information that matches the advertised nationality of the journal. Often, predatory journals state their offices are in one country, whereas the contact details will be in another. Check that the timestamps of incoming emails are during working hours of the country of origin. Ensure the phone number has the correct country code, and if they provide an address, search for it. Research the editorial board. One way to look credible is to list experts in the field as members of the editorial board. Often, predatory journals will create fake scholars or they will list scholars without their permission. One way to know for sure is to check the professional online profiles of named individuals through their listed institution page, LinkedIn, or ResearchGate. If there is no mention of the journal, then proceed with caution. Take a look at their peer review process and publication timelines. Peer review is essential to uphold the quality of scientific articles and journals. The peer review process is an important stamp of approval for the publication of academic research. When an article is published in a scientific journal, readers can assume the information published is reliable, credible, and has been evaluated by an editor and at least 2 independent experts in the field. Predatory journals tend to miss this peer review process out completely. If the journal advertises exceptionally quick peer review timelines, investigate them further and ensure they state online their peer review process in full. Read through past issues of the journal. Many predatory journals will publish any and all articles that are submitted to them. Read through past issues of the journal and see whether the article published are true to the journal's advertised specialty areas. If a cancer journal is publishing articles on the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, you can assume their editorial processes are lacking. If you find articles with many mistakes, this could show their poor peer review process. Also, if past issues are missing listed as coming soon, this could be a strong sign that the journal is not legitimate. So that's it for today, guys. Thank you for listening, and I hope you learned something today. So credits to the Yeoman Research Publication experts for the creation of this video. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
May I go back? Yeah, thank you very much, Carl Gading, for making that video. Okay, so how can I screen share again? Okay, so you have this one. All right, so again, you have to go to the journal itself, not to the specific journal, and find all the comments by those who previously published in that journal. Okay, next one. Now, I'm just sharing to you that these are some of the seminars that I have attended, and I have shared all these seminars to the faculty, okay, because I wanted the faculty to attend seminars on research, okay? Now, most of them are free. Only 3 of these seminars that I have attended in 2020 and 2021 are with the fee, but all the 15 are all for free, okay? And I have shared this to the faculty because I wanted them to attend, okay? But yeah, and I will still continue to do that, informing the college and the faculty representative to know that there are seminars available to them, for them, okay? So these ones. Yeah. And now the books. What are these books? No? Earlier, Sir Mark mentioned the Academic Praise Bank. So I will provide you this. All these books I will give you for free, ebooks. If you will evaluate tomorrow at the end of the Congress. So I will provide you with a Google Drive link so you can access all of them. For example, the research designed by John Creswell, okay? And then you have also research methods for law, case study, academic praise bank, and all these books. I will give this for free to those who will evaluate. No? Now, the practice of qualitative data analysis, this one, I also will provide you with that, because as I mentioned earlier, I have requested City Hall to purchase that for us to be able to use it for qualitative researches, okay? So I hope you will appreciate all these things. Thank you. Now, these books, these journals are all journals that are good, positive, whitelist, no, in the Philippines. Philippine Journal of Science, Veterinary Medicine, all these things. No, anyway, I will just provide this link in the TBL. Okay, so all this, yeah. So if you want to be published in these publications, please do so. And then my last slide, a wish for the week ahead. May you be confident and decisive when action is needed, and may you be slow and thoughtful when faced with tension and conflict. May you remember to stop, breathe, listen, and observe as often as possible, especially when you encounter buffoonery and dumbness. May your copy be plentiful, may your worries be few, and may you never be too busy to offer up a kind word or a helping hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director De Los Santos. So the floor is now open for any questions that you may have. Maybe to start off, sir, I have a question. For our UMAC faculty, academicians, and researchers, how should we proceed if we want to, for example, research in partnership with another institution or with another organization? Is that possible in our case?
Yeah, it is possible to collaborate with other faculty members from other universities. It is possible, no? Now, how do you go about it? If it is on your own, it is like your own volition that you wanted to do a collaborative research with another faculty from De La Salle, then you do it, you go on with it. You don't need any permission from me, from the research center. However, if you will be making use as participants, the students or the administrators from the University of Makati, you need to make a request letter addressed to me, or even to the mayor, or even to the vice president for research, Sir Ederson Tapia. And then we will do the processing, no? Okay. Did I answer it? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for answering the question. To our attendants and participants, if you have any questions, you may raise your hand, or you can also type your questions in the chat box. So a lot of them, sir, are thanking you for being generous with your resources, especially the books and references that you will be sharing with them upon accomplishing the evaluation form. So if there are no questions, I think let's call on Professor Judith Bating to issue the certificate.
Thank you, Ma'am Ika. Okay, thank you, Director De Los Santos, for guiding us through in finding the right journal for us. At this juncture, allow me to read the citation of the Certificate of Appreciation. Okay. University of Makati University Research Center Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Florante E. De Los Santos for the invaluable knowledge imparted as a resource speaker during the 4th Research Congress, Future Proof and Reset of Higher Education, conducted on October 20 to 21, 2021 via Zoom webinar platform, given this 20th day of October 2021. Signed, Florante De Los Santos, RTC, okay. Director, University of Research Center, Ederson de Lustrino Tapia, Vice President for Planning and Research. Thank you so much, Director De Los Santos.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, our next speaker, the last but not the least for today's session, is a PhD of Public Health at a joint program by the Basque Center for Applied Mathematics and the University of Basque Country in Spain. He has a master's degree in applied mathematics and a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Before pursuing his PhD, he previously worked as a faculty in Ateneo de Manila University and the University of Santo Tomas. And outside the academe, he used to be a choreographer and dancer for UPIPS. His research interests are in optimizing population-level interventions to control epidemics such as COVID-19, HIV, and dengue. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Professor Carlo S. Estadilla. Sir?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So thank you, Director Fernando de los Santos, for inviting me for this seminar. So sorry, medyo blurry yung aking video. So madilim pa today dito sa aking lugar sa Spain. Hopefully may energy pa kayo even though this is the last talk for the day. So let me just share my screen. Okay. So I'm Carlo Delfina Sadilla. So for this talk, I will be focusing on graduate school application. So this will be very relevant for the young researchers. No? So my outline is as follows for this talk. So I will first share my research journey and how I applied for graduate programs. So I will be sharing the ideas on where to apply, when to apply, what committees, selection committees will look for, and then some tips. No? So I will provide some tips, and then I will also talk about the current research that I am doing currently. So to talk about myself a bit, or to introduce myself, I am Carlo Delfina Sadilla, as mentioned. I have originally a bachelor's degree in psychology from UP Diliman, but then I moved and shifted to the field of mathematics after working in the industry. So I enrolled in a diploma in mathematics program, and then afterwards an MS applied mathematics program. So this shift was motivated by the fact that I wanted to focus on the quantitative side of population level interventions. So I was hoping during my psychology years that there would be a lot of quantitative methods being discussed there. But so far, I think the field of psychology is quite young in that regard. No? So it's still developing, and hopefully in the future, I can also contribute there as well in the quantitative side of psychology. So currently, I am a PhD student of public health in the Basque Center of Applied Mathematics at the University of Basque Country. And previously, before going here, I was a teacher instructor in Ateneo de Manila University, while working as a disease modeler as well for FASTER, so as a consultant. Before working there, I was also a faculty in UST. I was an analyst in the industry at Home Credit, so and at Core Data Research. Okay, so a bit of more background on where I am right now. So I am in Spain. I am in the Basque Country, also known as Vizcaya in their own in Spanish, and more recently País Vasco. País Vasco. So I want to share this a bit because I found some interesting facts that are, I think, relevant to Filipinos. No? This is the place of the origin of the Ayalas, the Inchaustis, and the Aboitises. So mainly, so this is the main origin of the rich peoples from the Philippines. No? So dito sila nanggaling, yung mga may lahing Spanish. And many of the first conquistadores of the Philippines were from here. So they were Basques. Okay. The weird thing is, so even though that is true, The Basques do not consider themselves Castilla. So they consider themselves their own people, and they have their own language called Euskera that is very linguistically isolated. Not many, it's not related to many languages in the world. Actually, wala. I think parang mag-isa lang siya. And this is the namesake of the province of Nueva Vizcaya if there are anyone from the province of Nueva Vizcaya in the Philippines. Okay. If you ask people here, no, actually about the Philippines, actually wala silang alam na Spanish colony pala tayo dati, no? So medyo awkward yun, no? I had some encounters regarding that. And there are three main cities here. So there's Bilbao, there's San Sebastian, and then there's Vitoria-Gasteiz. I am in Bilbao, okay, where you can find this museum, the Guggenheim, and you can find a lot of beaches here since we're at the north. And here, dito nanggaling yung Basque burnt cheesecake, no? So if you're into that. Although hindi dito galing yung chorizo de Bilbao. So anyway, so these are the famous spots in Bilbao and Basque Country. So why did I come here? No, I went here to join this group, mathematical and theoretical biology group at the Basque Center of Applied Mathematics. So here we have groups under each